Good evening and welcome to our May 13th Basalt Town Council meeting. We're going to start with an exec session here, or I'm sorry, a work session. Exec session is later. A work session on long-range financial plan. And Doug, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this has been a long time in the making. I've been talking to Ryan, the town manager here, and our colleagues about doing a SWOT analysis and looking at a long-range plan. So this is the culmination of that activity along with input from the Financial Advisory Board that we meet with regularly on a monthly basis. So starting off with, let's go to, if you go to next slide, you can make that maybe a little bigger. So let's start off with the strengths. We've talked about this, we know this, we have a really strong balance sheet. We have good reserves, and as the years go on, we have less debt to be servicing. This last year is the last year for the original road, for the police station, public works building. Then the following year, Albany Park rolls off, and then finally in 2029, the final payment on our Tabor COP will be issued. So it's actually in pretty good shape, and that's going to come in handy as we go in the future, as we'll need COP as a financing mechanism. Just for background, you know, we do not need voter approval to issue a COP. So that's a key fact when we want to finance something.
For those listening, a certificate of participation.
Certificate of participation.
You don't know that acronym.
Right. Thank you. Next, in the SWOT analysis of the weaknesses, you know, I'm noticing a pretty moderate level of growth in our revenue. And I think we'll see, actually this year, in 2025, the actual sales tax, we're going to be missing our budget number. So I think we will be seeing that in the months to come. So that's a cause for concern as far as weakness in the financial position. Also, just our disaster recovery or resiliency. You know, if we had a really calamity here in town, we would not be ready to have our redundancy, or when we actually get back to speed isn't probably what it should be. So that's a weakness in our financial plan or just operating plans for the town. Moving to our opportunities, there are many. And I think this is really kind of the intention of this, was to kind of get an idea, or at least for the council, some new members here, just the breadth of work that's before us, and really what the priorities should be and the related allocation of capital. So just starting off here, I have public-private partnerships. Michelle and her team's been working with Atlantic Aviation, Pitkin County, looking at ways to finance the rugby field. We've been talking about that. That's a shovel-ready project for the most part. And then the Parcel 2E project right across from Takata. That's a huge project that would require quite a bit of investment in time and resources. We have the BCC. This is the affordable, we're calling it the Midland. This is what's being built over here. We bought 6 units. It was $2,380, $2,380,000 is what our purchase price was, and when we were buying those properties, you know, we have monies in our reserve funds for affordable housing that we're going to be using to pay for most of it, but not all of it. So we'll be issuing COPs for about 30% of the purchase price to actually close that deal. And the thought was, when we were signing the contract, is that we would use some of the bond money that we had for affordable housing as bridge financing until we got the COPs in place. So anyway, more on that later. We have a huge project also being contemplated with the construction of the police department public works building. The public works police department provide over half the services the town uses, you know, on a daily basis. And right now, you know, the land that we have identified, there's a process by which we're going through. We're going to be annexing the property. It's in town. It's in the town of some of it is in the legal limits of the town. Some of it's in Eagle County. So we'd have to actually annex the property for it to all be in town limits. And we can work on the design of the building, exactly what our needs and what our wants, and then actually then get on with construction, and then with the related costs associated with that. So that's a big project. COPs could also be a financing mechanism that we would use for that. And we could also consider a sales tax increase. We've been talking about that as well. So that would be a ballot initiative. And we could talk more about some of the execution of some of those initiatives as we go down the path here. Mini roundabout is another opportunity. There's one way in, one way out on the south side, as we know. That intersection is busy and rated low from CDOT purposes, and number of trips and wait time at the light. We believe that a mini roundabout could improve the traffic flow, actually improve the rating of the intersection, and then also allow for more development on the south side. So I think without that, I think there's some limitations on what we could actually develop on the south side.
Most of that is, would require annexation, correct, on the south side?
A lot of it would, that's correct.
And that's a big project. So then we have some other needs. Roaring Fork School District wanting, looking at after-school programming. Senior housing was something we mentioned in housing needs assessment, I think it was. That we were thinking about fulfilling that through parcel 2E. Aspen Bridge work is an opportunity, could also be a threat, it's listed as both. With more people maybe not going to Aspen, maybe they go to Basalt instead, right? But there could also be, if with the airport closing, like getting into threats, there might be less people coming to the area in general. So there's some considerations there as well. We have some non-strategic assets that can be monetized. We have West 165 West Sopris. Right now is really just basically a garage for some of our public works buildings. It's heated, but that's not the best use of that property. So that's something that could be monetized in the future. Likewise, we have this over here by Free Range Kitchen. We're going to have the putt-putt golf. That can also be something that could be used as an alternative. And I think that whole idea of the putt-putt golf, or mini golf, however you want to call it, was temporary in nature. So that's still an asset that could be monetized or used in a different way. Public Works building, or somehow town hall, or some other, it's just another card to play as far as what we'd want to develop. Then we also have over by Metzaluna, there's a parcel that's empty. You can call it gray shell, you can call it vanilla shell, vanilla box, but it's really, there's no HVAC in there, and it's just drywall. And it's an empty space that we got from the developer when Willits came to life. So we've been holding it for a while, and it's got a pretty good market value. And we have a buyer who would be interested if we wanted to sell it. But right now we're holding on whether or not we want to actually sell that, timing and whatnot. So that's still an opportunity for the town to exploit at some point.
Real quick, what have we been doing? We're just letting it sit there? Why don't we,
It's vacant.
I know, but why don't we rent it or lease it? Or
You can't, it's just a vanilla shell, so it's not occupiable. It has no certificate of
There'd be a
occupancy.
tenant improvement we'd have to put in.
Yeah,
But that's been sitting there for how many years?
years. We've been busy with other projects, as you might have noticed.
Well, I
There's-
do notice that, but it's a shame, that's the first time I can remember hearing of this spot in Willits that's town-owned.
Which building is
It's
Right
in
by-
block 7. It's just down the row from Mezzaluna.
It's contiguous to Metzaluna. So if you go like towards the Cal, or just further away from like
it? Linear Park.
to the park,
Yes.
you'd see it. And then there's another parcel that's empty as well. So, I mean, we could look at, selling it. I mean, I think I know the people we've been speaking with, or just informally, would be looking at consolidating and make it a bigger parcel. So, it's been appreciated in value, so I wouldn't necessarily think it's dead
Oh,
money.
Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't cost that much to maintain. We pay a HOA fee, we have a nominal amount on insurance and utilities. What the hidden cost is that, or foregone revenue that we're not getting if something was in there retail selling. And then also property taxes, if it was, another real estate, another retail location.
And the process for selling a parcel like that, does it have to go open to the public, or how does that work?
Well, we have I don't know if it's, how binding it is, but we have a relationship with a realtor in town. I don't know if it's the first look that we give him or what. I know we did that a couple years ago. But I think the process would be we'd get fair value and we'd market it, and we wouldn't just give somebody a sweetheart deal. We'd, get us maximum value for it.
And
But I do-
ultimately, the council would have to approve any sale of that unit, that commercial unit.
Right. So anyway, that's just something that we could consider. And again, the whole idea here was try to put a ring around the tub here and say, here are all the opportunities and all the ones we know about. And then start thinking about how we want to go about executing some of these things. So that was just one of the many.
So, yeah, I mean, like, from a capital planning perspective, we're surfacing that, you're surfacing that again now, like, hey, here's an opportunity to potentially, we could monetize it, to
And then
fund
use
other
that
things.
money
and
for,
This is the exercise of prioritization, kind of like, it hasn't been prioritized before, but now we're
Right.
surfacing it to look at it as a potential funding
the
source.
same thing with that property here in West Cypress. I mean, we've had that forever. And we had that since like 1960, as old as me. So.
They use that, I see them in there, they
Well, I
store
know,
stuff in
but-
there,
But
like,
is that the best use of the property?
well, of course,
Okay, we did
Well, for
environmental
millions.
one, I mean, we don't, it was a clean report on environmental one, so I don't know what 2 and 3 would, reveal. Nonetheless, it's an asset, something that can ultimately be monetized. The other opportunity we have is the tree farm. I kind of look at that as like an indirect, it's not in town limits, so we don't get the benefits of sales there when they put in retail, so you would think that it kind of cuts both ways. I've been thinking about it, because, you have people there, they're shopping at Whole Foods, they're going to Four Dogs, maybe City Market, so there's some sales tax we're getting for them being here. But there's also some cannibalization, say from the Element, because people are staying at the Hoffman. Staying at the Hoffman, they're getting, Eagle County's getting all that lodging tax and sales tax. We're not getting any of that. So it cuts both ways. But it's still an indirect tax base, and there's quite a few people going in there. Look at that development. If it's fully built out and that hotel is fully occupied, there's like 3,500 to 4,000 people there. That's like the population of our town. So there's a lot of activity there. So this a windfall there, and it could also be a reason to have more increased services. As far as having more people in town, they're on our roads, they're on our traffic, they're, all of that. So anyway, so it's an opportunity nonetheless. Looking at threats, I say there's, I don't mean to offend anyone because I'm old, so I can say that, but there's aging vendors here in the town that are, we don't know what they're going to do. Like bookbinders went out, the person at the Kitchen Collage or whatever it was called, that they actually packed it in. Now there's somebody else in there. There's some restaurants in town that may or may not, be sold to someone else. So there's some threat to that. Could also cuts both ways as well. Bull and Buck didn't do very well, or didn't do as well, I say, as Rhinos is doing. Right, so it cuts both ways. But anyway, I view it as a threat. The bridge is definitely an issue in Aspen, as well as the airport closure. I saw also that, there seems to be less international travel to U.S. with all of the anxiety and uncertainty. So if we're drawing a lot of people from Europe, if Aspen's doing that, and that travels down, there's potential that there'd be less tourism to Aspen, and then related, we get spillover for that. So that's potentially a threat.
That should probably be plural closures.
Yeah, right?
Okay, 'cause we got this, yeah.
So, and then we got like environmental, wildfire, that was really kind of a nasty thing when we had that fire. Could also have a flood. And then this, we added the beetle, it's cannibalizing our.
That goes into the pinyon forest, and so if you get a bunch of dead pinions on the hillside, then that cycles through with greater threat for wildfire.
Can I ask?
Sure.
Just, with the cuts, that we're learning about all the time, do we see that there's going to be any difference in that thinning of the pinions, the big forestry project that we've talked about?
A different, what do you mean by a difference? Like if that'll help?
Well,
With
what
regard
do
to
you mean,
the
is it
ifs?
still gonna go forward as it was
Oh.
planned?
Yes, that is planned. We're, probably some of the grant funding we were expecting, that source, which was federal, is probably threatened right now. But we're working, with an alternative, method for funding, which, Angie Davlin, is going to help us with the Wildfire Collaborative. Should that also then not come to fruition, I think maybe what we try to do is phase it. So maybe over 2 years. So instead of trying to do it in one season this winter, we would do it next, the winter and spring, or, but I think it should still be a high priority in that area.
And what was the amount of the federal grant that we probably are no longer?
It was about half. So the total was $175,000. So about half of that was going to be in grants. Fortunately, it's something that in our post fund we could probably pay for if we need to. But I think leveraging those dollars is the first thing we'd want to do. But if we can't do that, then phasing it might be the best alternative.
It was 114,000, and
For what?
for the grants, for fire mitigation,
Oh, that was the total grant amount?
114.5.
Jeff, this will be a question for you, I think.
Yeah.
Under the opportunity square to mitigate flood threats, is there still something outstanding that we could do to mitigate that direction across the fork? It's something to I'm going to butcher it, a levee or something to direct the flow of water. I know back when Bill was around, we had talked about that.
I'm not sure if there was.
You're talking about the Army Corps of Engineers wall before Southside.
Yeah.
They've remapped the floodplain, and so I don't think that that's something that we will likely see. No. And a lot of the development that has occurred on the south side, of course, has built with that threat in mind. That being said, with this remapping, I think maybe some of that threat is lessened there. And James, you probably remember some more of the history of when they were looking at that big berm, trying to put that in place, and that just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they have remapped the south side floodplain. The estimates on the flood flows in a big flooding event were lessened in that recent modeling and mapping that was done by the town's hydrologist. So there is still a floodplain over there, but it's not near as significant as it used to be under the old modeling.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
And just moving on, the parade of horribles here, threats, we have a lot of uncertainty at the federal level as far as legislation, and a lot of cuts being made. Division or Department of Government Efficiencies, a lot of grants are going away, and a lot of that burden seems to be falling on local communities. And I know that the state's also getting less money for Medicaid, and that's going to ripple through to all the local governments. You'll be probably hearing about that tonight from Mountain Family. And then we also have, I think there's been some talk about the tax-exempt financing going away, tariffs kind of go on and off again about what they're ultimately going to be. But I think it's going to be greater than zero. And so I do think it's going to have an effect. I don't necessarily view it as positive as far as if we're trying to build something. So I do think there's some challenges there that we're going to be presented with as we navigate the future. And it's just not going to be us, it's everybody else. We'll be in the same boat looking forward. And then we have last is just management turnover. I think that Ryan's leaving, and there's some other folks that may not be here 3 to 5 years from now. So the whole transition management, if not properly given some attention, could potentially be a threat to the town. So, having said that, so let's move into, there was had a memo that talks more about these things. I've already started some of my dialogue here. But as far as, let's just go to I tried to break this out with the initiatives and the non-strategic assets, and then coming up with some headlines as for the revenue and the associated operating expenses and payroll, kind of where we're going. I don't want this to be a budget meeting, but I wanted to get you guys thinking more about kind of what some of the challenges are we have presented. And this also, by the way,
Before we get into this next section, why don't you kind of frame up
right.
what you want this to be as far as outputs and inputs in the
Right.
budget process?
Right. Well, let me, can we go to that Excel sheet for a second that shows the long-range plan? So we haven't had this, I think maybe we did a little bit of this in COVID. But what I was trying to do, and what I think is appropriate, and I think what the town should adopt just going forward, is a 7-year long-range plan. And as I look at the schedule here, this is simply the general fund. I didn't model out the restricted fund. I didn't model out the construction fund and all that. The general fund is our bread and butter. And really what I'm just be illustrating here is that behind every one of these tabs, taxes, license, intergovernment, there's detail about what actually makes up those numbers. So this is rolling up the revenue. Try to keep it at high level. And I think what I'm saying, this is just anecdotal evidence that our revenue numbers are moderating, okay? And they're not keeping pace with what has historically been the pace of growth for operating expenditures, payroll, and capital. So my want would be for you to be recognizing some of the realities of our financial position of the town. And that when we're setting the strategic work plan, whenever that is in July, whatever it is, allocation of capital, how much goes to green team, how much goes to affordable housing, how much is going to events, how much is going to, do we want to have for debt service for some of the projects that we're going to have to be capitalizing and borrowing money or issuing COPs for. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. And there are ways around this, but I was trying to present the body of work, the challenge that we have before us, and then get into more of a working session on actually how do we solve for this. I can't do that without knowing what the direction is. I'm not no one voted for me. They voted for you guys. You're running the town. You've got to set the strategy for the town and where we're going. And it's got to be up for the management of the town to actually execute against that. And then be mindful of the realities at hand as far as what our limitations are. So you'll see this. This is our 22, 23, 24. Those are actual numbers. 25's budget. I go 26, I go out to 29, I believe, what this model suggests. And then below it, I have our operating expenses. And this is just illustration. I mean, the revenue numbers, I believe, are going to be close to, we can poke at it a bit more. But if you page down just a little bit, James, you can see some of our operating expenses. Payroll is the first line. It's going to be going from 4.3 to 8.4. That's a double, like over a 7-year period. We look at payroll. I'll just jump into the
So
middle.
where you can freeze columns or?
Yeah, I didn't lock the column. Can you lock the column? Above it? Jenny's here.
Anyone?
Lock A.
I don't know what.
Just lock for the top, where the years are.
I know I can't get to. So view. We have to sign in, so let me-
All
I'll
right.
just hide these.
Well, hide the future, the rows above it.
Oh, we can't because we have to
Don't worry
sign.
about it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Payroll,
got it.
operating capital.
The payroll.
We got payroll, operating capital. So I look at expenses like in 4 different categories, right? Payroll, OpEx, capital, and debt service. Debt service, we're in good shape, so I'm not sweating that. I'm actually not sweating capital so much either, because I think we'll reforecast some of capital for added personnel costs, added insurance, some of the things that weren't necessarily contemplated. the things that really drive this are payroll and OpEx. And payroll, we've added some people over the years. Payroll is a function of the salary survey that we did. We intended to recruit, retain, and reward our personnel, have that be a competitive wage package. But you see, when we add people, the payroll number as it relates to general fund revenue is exceeding 45%. That's been like the North Star we set out, saying, okay, payroll has to be 45%. That's a ring around the tub. That can't exceed that number. And if it does, then we're going to be eating into our reserves. And that's what this would show. You go down, we're going to be spending more money than we're taking in. So now this is not what's going to happen, because it can't happen, because we have to present a balanced budget to the state. So I'm just saying, so in order for it not to happen, certain things can't happen.
But what has happened in the past is that payroll increases have been a function of market research, right?
Market research,
Which,
fringe, and more people, and more people, and more people. So
So I think the question that you all will be presented with is, what is it that we do as a town? What services do we provide? What is our basic, function? And how much does that cost? So we know we do police work, we maintain the roads, we maintain a water system, we look after our finances, we plan for the future. But in doing those things, you have to work within your budget. And so we have a lot of extraneous things that Doug has touched on, but, expenses like the green team with regard to our Basalt Connect, that's an expensive service that we provide, and a newer service that we took on. And we've been lucky to get grant funds on that. But that's just one example of, what do you want to do moving into the future if we're going to kind of lock in that 45% of the general fund revenue for staff purposes. Some of these other things might need to drop off, or, we look at other, funding mechanisms for them. So you can't do it all just under our existing funding, if in fact we're going to see sort of a leveling off, or maybe even a modest, decrease in sales tax revenue.
it would be good to know what the kind of the historical rate of increase has been for wages. Let's strip out added headcount. How is payroll kind of advanced by FTE, or however you guys want it, just so, because the reality is, adding headcount is pretty tough at this point, given, we have to look at case by case, but in general, that's one part, and the other part is wage increase, which is a function of retaining talent, right? So,
and then you also have fringe. Our health plan, we had a great year in 2023, but 2024 was not so great, right? So we had a bigger increase going into 2025's budget because of the experience rating.
yeah.
So, and there's ways to manage that, frankly. The town's health plan is very generous. And if we wanted to, hold the line, and we really wanted to, keep that 45% within, a hard deadline, or a red line, whatever you want to call it.
Is that 45% though inclusive of headcount increases?
That's all in.
Okay, it's all, so yeah, we could kind of normalize that just for by headcount, so we kind of have a clear picture. And then, I think fringe, attracting and retaining talent's important to me.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. So,
And I think,
Brian?
Rick, you were up, and then Brian.
Yeah, we've spent a lot of our money on catching up on infrastructure, on, Midland Avenue is a great example of a huge improvement. There were other things that were deferred, like the playground at Albany Park, the pool improvements. All these things have hit in the last 5 to 6 years that were deferred for many, 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 many years. And I think that some of the things we're looking forward to doing are really going to have to be put through a pretty good filter, because we can't afford sometimes to just defer things. And construction costs doubled at least in a very short period of time. And if there's things out there that are necessary for the public safety and for the maintenance of our open space and common areas and things like that, housing, those things we're going to have to shift. And the other thing I've been wondering about for a long time is renegotiating RETAs, renegotiating sales tax that's dedicated to different things, open space, whatever it is. But there's that 31 restricted funds I think we have that aren't on there. And so
This is
later on.
general fund only.
No, I get it,
Right,
but
right.
in terms of looking for the opportunity, to me, that's something that I'm hearing is, okay, and from other communities around, that they're looking for these other buckets. And whether the language changes, or we have to go back to the voters, or whatever it might be, that's a sustainable income. And even if it flattens out, it's still pretty good in terms of a backup to the normal sales tax that goes into the funds.
Well, it's
general
sustainable
funds.
as long as you have transactions. I mean, RETAs are transaction-based. So
Right.
if you don't have any, if real estate doesn't move all of a sudden, if we have a 08, 09 period of time where nothing's moving, you're not getting any RETA income for that. So it's not
Some
necessarily
of
always
those,
sustainable.
some of those RETAs are restricted to specific uses too.
They're limited to geography within
Right.
town, and then also for purpose.
And I understand that, and I think I also understand that that's a voter issue or a negotiation with the
The RETAs,
majority ownership group or whatever it might be.
the RETAs were are an agreement between the developer and the town and their successors to the developer. But there's some inherent limitations on what the RETAs can be used for based on how the assessment arises under the law. So there has to be, basically it has to like touch and concern the property. There has to be benefit to the property from the covenant that creates the assessment. And so there's some opportunity there, but there are some inherent limitations on uses of taxes to add uses or change uses. That'd be something that would need to go to the voters, which, you know, is something that has occurred, you know, over time to, in different communities to expand the uses for which a you know, currently restricted tax uses it could be used
Kind of
for.
what I thought.
Yeah.
Ryan?
That increase, it looks like it's about 10% then, year over year, as you're projecting.
Well, as
Like
I,
going from like, you know, it's about basically 579,000.
that's about right. I mean, it was, and I just used, I looked at a couple different ways. I looked at what the actuals were and then actual to budget, what the increases were. And they range between 10 to 13%.
Yeah. And we can account for some of that increase with adding staff in the last couple of years, with adding an
Absolutely.
engineer and adding,
We had somebody in accounting, you know,
Yeah.
we added engineer, we added somebody for events.
yeah.
I think headcount went basically from 43 to like 51, you know, over a period of time. So that's a piece of the pie. I just bring it up because, you know, we're doing capital projects and you're saying, we're gonna expand something, or we're gonna make, a road different, we're gonna have more paving, or we're gonna have more, whatever. I mean, it's gonna be more maintenance. And it's either gonna be outsourced or it's gonna be done by people in the house. You know, and like affordable housing, we have 14 town-owned units right now. We're gonna go to 22, possibly 24 over the next, say, 2 years. So instead of just having one person keeping track of 14 units, you're gonna, at half-time, that person's probably gonna be full-time, and maybe more. Just keeping up with all of the, I mean, imagine your property management, keeping up with like 14, 16 units, there's probably some work associated with that. I'm just bringing it up, not to borrow trouble, but just to show we have to be mindful. We do our budget, and we approving capital projects, we're approving initiatives, and we're setting it. What do we have to work with? It's really the, and give you the
Including
data.
operating after the capital
Right,
part's
and
done.
to give you the data that you need to make a good decision for the sake of the town. So I think maybe enough of this. I mean, I'll go back to payroll just for a minute. I do have some comments, because we're,
You had some slides too, and I know,
I
just
did.
time check, it's 5:36.
yeah, but this is good discussion, and this is what I was hoping we'd have. So let's go back to the slideshow. I have a model on like the, you know, how we're gonna be paying for the BCC units, and I also have a model on how we could potentially fund the police department, public works building. So it's not, none of this is like lost on me. So I have some, but I need some guidance. And I need to be able to, just not like what Doug thinks. It's like, okay, what do you want to do? What does the council want to do? So anyway, just quickly going through here, so you have model on the BCC, I got a model on the Public Works Building. I've been working with Michelle on Rugby. These are kind of some numbers now we have, we're sketching out as far as what costs are going to be, what sales would be, what our gap is, how we're going to fund the gap, how we're going to fund the construction, who's going to come to the table to help us actually make this happen vis-a-vis public-private partnerships. So we're working on that. Those are taking some time. Let's go to the next slide here, James. This is, we talked about the roundabout. Those impact funds we have, Richard, in restricted funds, is intended to cover some of this stuff, but there's not there's not enough. I'll tell you that. There's not enough in the restricted funds to cover this roundabout. So that's going to be a challenge to solve for. Then we got parcel 2E, that's a huge project. I think the Salt River Park is less so, less real estate there to deal with. And then the Willits Lane, which is basically signed off an conceptual plan, those 3 stages there. I mean, that could ultimately be a big project if we saw that to the end. It could be ultimately $13 million. So that's a big project as well. So those are the initiatives. So when looking at, just kind of going over what I've already said, as far as our timing of how we get monetize some of our non-strategic assets and whether or not we do. I didn't mention the police department when I was talking, but once we build the police department public works building, then the existing building that they're in becomes something that we can monetize, right? Or rent or use another way. That's use. Let's see, let's go to revenue. Let's talk down. This is kind of interesting. The growth of revenue is moderating for sure. But 24 actually was 4% less than 22. And you go, well, Doug, when there's inflation, we should have had more income. Well, that's true. And then why was it 4% less? I mean, well, 4% less because they got a lot less money from Pitkin County as they shared their revenue. It's just not sales tax. It's money coming in for marijuana. There's also county taxes vis-a-vis Eagle and Pitkin. Pitkin actually went down. Okay, so it took a little bit of a shot. And then looking even at 24 compared to 23, it's flat.
You say Pitkin went down, sales tax within the Pitkin County
How they
portion?
shared it,
Okay.
how they
Oh,
shared it,
Okay.
when it went down. Right now, that's now a year-over-year comparison is kind of not getting any worse. It's getting slightly better. So I think we've stabilized that number. But then looking at 25. I budgeted a little bit of an increase. I felt like maybe I was being too dour in my projections. So I actually put in a little increase. As soon as I did that, our numbers are going down. I'm going to tell you, the first 4 months of the year, we're not tracking even what our actuals were. So we're on pace. You'll hear about more when we do the first quarter review. But we're on pace for a miss on that. We probably can make it up, but right now we're missing that. Okay. So payroll. Now, one thing I want to mention here, we talked about this quite a bit, first 3 things, but we didn't talk about this, is that when we did our budget submission for the GFOA, our award was conditional on us improving our presentation in the next few years. And one of the things we need to improve upon is having performance measures in our plan and have that actually roll down to all the various department heads. And say, okay, the strategic work plan, what is the definition of success? Are we going to have, with the green team, what is it specifically we're wanting to do? Or we just want to say, hey, we're doing these 4 or 5 things, and that's our definition of success? Or what do you say, what difference did it make by doing it? So measurable goals. And I personally have the view that, you define success by having some measurable goal and then achieving it, or exceeding it. And I think I think there's some work there that we could do. And it just wasn't my view, it was GFOA. So where are your performance measures? Okay, well, we didn't have them. Okay, but we need to have them. So
And
we're going to have them.
Another acronym there.
GFOA.
Government Finance Officers Association.
Right,
Yep.
right. That was our presentation of our financial statements and our budgeting award. And that gives the town, I mean, there's, a lot of small towns didn't get that GFOA thing. So that's kind of a thing. So to have that more credibility of what we're doing for the town. Anyway, enough of that. So let's move on to operating. We've been able to, increase certain things by revenue that we've had. We've had some non-recurring revenue that we've scored over the years. The headline here is that the green team is basically consuming 10% of the general fund's operating budget. So that's a big number, and a lot of it is in transportation, and specifically the Basalt Connect. And we have a benefit of a RAFTA grant now for half the service, and that is expiring 12/31/25. And that are
There's a possibility that we can get another grant moving forward, but you get weaned off that money over time.
And then Michelle was able to sell that wrapping of the vans with Valley View, so she's been creative in coming up with some funding sources for, continuing that service. But, I mean, it's still 10% of what we're spending our money on. So I know there was some talk about we want to put more money into building code initiatives and some other places that we could actually make a difference in emissions, more in composting, commercial composting, all of these things. Worthwhile goals. Question is, how much do we want to devote to it? Do we want to set parameters and say, okay, it can only be 10%, or maybe it should be less? I don't know, maybe it could be more. But again, the direction I'm looking to get or to obtain from you guys. We do the budget. And then just like investments, these events have been tremendous. It's evolved. It's been an evolution using this park as an asset for the benefit of the people in town. It's moved from a $50,000 line item to something like this close to $250,000. So it's like a multiple of 5. Now we've had sponsorship opportunities to help defray the cost, and they've been well received, and we've been able to pay for it by our lodging revenue. We take some of that lodging revenue that comes in, and we're actually defraying our costs for the events. That kind of makes sense. Tourism town, directing people here, they're eating dinner, they're spending time here after the show. But anyway, that was something that was discretionary in my view. We didn't necessarily have to do it. If you didn't have it, you wouldn't necessarily have to do it, but we did it. And we need to maintain it, and I don't necessarily think we can grow it beyond its present, construct, absent another funding source. Okay? Let's look at on capital. Here's another thing. So we did our capital. I think we, in the past, at least, put my hand up as far as if there's any blame, not that it's blame or not, but not enough attention's placed on really, once you get something built, what's the cost to maintain, what's your additional insurance cost, is there an added personnel burden? So there's more peeling back of the onion when we actually okay capital, what the actual maintenance costs associated with this. So that's kind of the spiel here in the deck. There was a memo that supported this. There might have been more. I think I covered most of it. Mm-hmm. I would say that, I always like to think of worst case scenario. If we're going to go for a tax increase, if the police department public works building is something that we're going to need a significant amount of money for, which we will, we don't have money in the bank to cover it. And there's various funding models I had come up with on how much the thing costs. You can have A, B, and C. I always like to look at things in different ways of, best case, mid case, worst case, and kind of what are these things ultimately going to cost. I believe it's a necessary investment for the town, will last for years to come, and that the Public Works Police Department provide over half the services the town uses. So it's not something that's frivolous, and it's something that's needed. And having said that, what may be necessary is a vote to the taxpayers on a tax increase, or at least a temporary one that sunsets after the debt's paid, if we're not able to cobble together enough COPs to fund the construction. It's too early to say because we don't really know what the number is going to be. But I mention that because the library might be doing something, the fire department might be doing something. We know Aspen School District's going to Aspen in their area for sales tax increase. We know that the Child Care Coalition is going to be pitching a sales tax increase to pay for that. At some point, you might find people to say no mas and say this is it. We have fatigue. So, and if that's the case, then we just need to be careful about how we spend our money. We have reserves. I'm not crying the poor man. We have reserves, but we don't have enough reserves to build that building. So we're gonna have to finance it. And I know we can do COPs. We got a good S&P rating, so I'm not necessarily concerned about that. We're gonna tap some more buying power when we buy these Midland properties, but that's gonna be, I think, an easy thing to digest, because we're gonna have rent on the properties to pay the debt. So I don't necessarily think we're gonna be jammed up by issuing COPs for that. So, anyway, so we're about at time, right?
Yeah, you're doing great.
5:45.
Why don't we talk a little bit about, if somebody else has comments, next steps, like what are, we're going to discuss some of this as part of our planning process at the retreat, right? And
That was the idea. So this would be a segue, for some of these, Dear, you've been here for a while, and Ryan, you too. You've been here longer, Angela. So you have different starting points. So the idea was to take all of this information, and I'm available for other questions too, if you have something after you have heard me. And actually, it also serves as a blueprint, frankly, for the next town manager. You're going to be interviewing people, and he or she they're going to want to know what your initiatives are, what's your timing, what's important to you, and then you're also going to be looking at those initiatives and the strengths and weaknesses of each candidate relative to how they can actually execute against those goals are. So I think that's the immediate next step. Right now, I feel like this is pretty good sample. It's what we know. What I didn't mention is that, you got this mobile home park. It's kind of a wild card. This comes out of left field. They're going to sell, the owners are going to sell the Carbondale Mobile Home Park and Basalt Mobile Home Park, not in town limits.
Yeah, okay. I think we're good. So we are going to take a break here for those watching and whatnot. We're back at 6 to call the regular meeting to order and all that good stuff. But then we're going to immediately go into exec session. So you'll see us come back on, and then we will turn the feed off, clear the room and all that. And then by about 6:20 to 6:25, somewhere in there, we'll probably start back up with the rest of the agenda. So we'll see y'all soon.
David, I think we'll do the
Good evening and welcome back to our May 13th Basalt Town Council meeting. Our first order of business here is the call to order and the roll call, but first I just want to make sure everybody understands the public access process if you haven't heard it already. You can go to basalt.net, click on the agenda and meetings tab and find the packet for this week's meeting, May 13th. You can click that and find the Zoom link so you can interact with the meeting, do comments, things like that remotely if you're so inclined. But first, we are going to do the roll call and then we're going to go into exec session. So let's start with the roll call. And will you please
Absolutely. Let's begin with Dieter Schindler.
Here.
Angela Anderson.
Here.
Rick Stevens.
Here.
Hannah Berman.
Here.
Angel Dupre-Bouchard.
Here.
Ryan Slack.
Here.
And David Nutt.
Here.
The entire A team is present. Thank you.
Mayor, I move the town council enter executive session for a conference with our attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions in accordance to CRS 24-6-402 4B, more specifically to discuss legal issues related to regulation of short-term rentals.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we are going to move into exec session, so we are going to turn the TV off, but those of you who are in the room are welcome to stay here. We're going to move ourselves into an adjacent room and do our session there, and then when we're done, we'll come back and turn the feed on. So we'll see you guys shortly.
If you want a chair.
Hello again. We are now back from our exec session in our regular meeting here on May 13th. Next item up is item number 2, the consent agenda. That includes item 2A, the minutes from April 22nd, 2025. Item 2B, resolution number 21, series of 2025. Resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving an agreement for advertising of Basalt Connect vehicles. Item 2C, resolution number 22, series of 2025. Resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving a license agreement granting the town a license for the installation of a light controller modem on the licensor's property. If anybody wants to take any of these off the consent agenda, we can do that. Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve the consent agenda items as presented.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have item 3, which is our call to the public. And just some,
Whoa,
I'll-
legitimate.
we'll get to that in a sec, but please limit comments to 3 minutes and address your comments directly to me. And new to this meeting, we have this fancy timer. Thank you.
This is the second meeting, let's not go.
Second, oh my,
You missed a meeting.
You weren't
Yes,
here.
yeah. I'm excited for this timer. Anyway, we have the timer, 3 minutes. Identify yourself by name and address and making comments, and there's a sign-in sheet in the back of the room as well. Comments should be courteous, civil, and constructive, of course. Town council will make no decision or take action except to direct the town manager. And with that, I will open up the podium. Anybody wants to come up and make comments? Anyone? Anyone online? And one quick part I forgot to mention, we do have a public hearing on the short-term rental fee ordinance. So if you're wanting to make comments on that, please wait to that public hearing so we can, consider your comments as part of that ordinance. With that said, anybody online that wants to make comments? All right, so we'll move on then to item number 4, mayor and council reports and comments.
I'd just like to thank Public Works. They're all over town with everything coming, all the trees and grass and everything. And you guys are always working hard and clearing the trash. So just a thank you for you guys for always working hard. And also to Chris Beiser, had a tree issue. He was there within a day. Gave me some good ideas. So just it's great to experience our town staff and know that they're there for help. So.
I see him up trees all the time. He
That's
works
his
so
happy
hard. It's like a
place.
Where's Waldo for me. He's always up in the trees.
Thanks, Ryan. Anyone else? All right, let's go ahead and move on to manager's report. And I see in there you have a Colorado River District item. I'll let you present that.
That's right. So I actually did put a memorandum from the Colorado River District in front of you. And as you recall, they had come and talked to us, and it's Brandon Langenhausen, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly, and Amy Moyer. And they're here if we have questions for them. But if you recall, there's an opportunity to purchase the Shoshone water rights. The price tag on that is nearly $100 million. They have been able to successfully secure thus far about $57 million. And a lot of that is through, sort of regional cooperation, also from the state. There's a number of donors listed in the back of the memorandum, and they're waiting. They were awarded $40 million from the federal government, and I think that they're waiting to sort of finalize that. But one of the asks was for the town of Basalt to pledge some money towards this as a show of support for these water rights. The staff is supportive of that. It would be $10,000. Excuse me. And I think that's something that we could budget for likely in the 2026 budget. So they're not asking for it today. It's when those water rights are adjudicated, they want to make sure that money is in an interest-bearing account, as it's outlined in the memorandum. So today, really, it's sort of that pledge, and they're asking that I be able to pen a letter that would acknowledge that the town is interested in providing that $10,000, and of course, that's subject to the appropriation once you get to that budget cycle. So. Honestly, keeping water rights on the western slope and a water right that significant for our in-stream flows, for calls on the river in the future, it's a pretty incredible opportunity. So staff would wholeheartedly support that and would ask for council to do the same. And then if you're okay, you could just direct me to pen that letter so they have that obligation. And Doug will remember when the 2026 budget comes about that we'll set that one aside.
Awesome. I know I'm supportive.
Makes sense.
That's a great opportunity. I know they spent a long time trying to get that hammered out, so it's exciting to see this get closer.
Yeah, it is. Did you guys have any quick comments that you wanted to mention?
Yes. Good evening, Council. My name is Amy Moyer. I'm the Chief of Strategy for the River District. I really just want to say thank you to the Council. Thank you to Ryan for your support at the staff level. This is certainly a legacy level project to legacy level issues on the Colorado River and maintaining really the health of the Colorado River into perpetuity. So I just want to say thank you for your consideration. Thank you for the pledge of support. We have financial contributions from, as small as $1,500 from the town of DeBeck to $3 million from Garfield County. You would be our 31st local government that's contributed for, again, a total of a little over $57 million, which has been unanimously supported by every council that we visited. So I just want to say, we're really grateful to have the town of Basalt be part of this coalition. And certainly if you have any questions, we're here, but thank you for your support.
Thank you for all your work.
Just one quick clarification. So is that 40 million a part of the 57, or is the 57?
57's a part, and then the 40 million is a separate tranche from the feds.
Technically, you're almost there.
We are almost there.
Awesome.
So the
Well,
yes. Exactly. If you do the math, so the River District committed 20 million of our own funds the minute we signed this purchase and sale agreement. We then went to the state of Colorado to match that 1-for-1 that was appropriated last legislative session by Colorado's General Assembly. And then again, we have a little over 17 million from all of our local government partners. The 40 million was awarded from the Bureau of Reclamation through the Inflation Reduction Act. So I think, as many of you are aware, a lot of those funds are under review. But we remain optimistic. We have the full support of our delegation, including Representative Hurd, Representative Nagoose, that covers our district, and both Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper. So we are optimistic, but altogether that puts us at a little over 97 million of the $99 million purchase price. And so for a Western Slope entity, that's really huge for us to be in really striking distance of that.
Awesome. Great work.
Nice
Thank
work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
I have some stickers we can leave for you all as well.
Please do.
Put them on the back.
Okay, awesome, thanks. That's all I have in the interest of time.
All
Thanks.
right. Next up, we have our presentations, item 6, and item 6A is an update from Mountain Family Health Update with Dustin Moyer.
And as he's getting ready, if you all recall, last year we had pledged $50,000 to help out that organization. As we'll see tonight, they've experienced some turbulence with their funding, and they do a great service for our community. The source of that money that we were able to pull from were some one-time dollars. We had some dry powder in our and our tobacco tax funding. So Dustin was reaching out, give an update for the council, and with that, if you'd like to go ahead and take it, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Insured patients, and those dollars go directly to ensuring that they're able to continue receiving care. All of our clinics have medical, dental, and behavioral health services all within one roof. And then we also provide services regardless of one's insurance coverage or ability to pay. For those that are uninsured, we work to find coverage that they might be eligible for. And if there are no coverage options, we determine their eligibility for our sliding fee scale, which goes up to 400% of the federal poverty level. So that essentially means discounted care for people earning up to 4 times the federal poverty level. And then the last thing I'll mention is that because of these services that we're providing in that integrated fashion and the care coordination that we have, we provide tremendous value to the healthcare system. We, through our association, conducted an analysis on claims data and found out that Mount Family, along with other community health centers, our care results in a lower total cost of care for patients served in our setting rather than a private clinic. And we attribute that to the care coordination and integrated care, which we believe offsets trips to the emergency department or inpatient stays at hospitals. So you can go to the next slide. This is a little bit about our organization. So we serve about 20,000 patients. That is an 18-month count. Within the last year, 12 months, we served 17,000. We have 155 FTE. That translates to about 180 people that are staffed at Mount Family. We have 5 hub sites, Basalt's being the closest to this location. But we also operate sites in Glenwood, Rifle, and then Avon and Gypsum in the Eagle River Valley. I will mention just briefly, we do continue to operate 3 school-based health centers. Late last year, we made the extraordinarily difficult decision to close our 2 Basalt school-based health centers. And I can explain a little bit more about the dynamics that led to that decision, but that was a tremendous loss of access, and we've been working hard to ensure that continuity of care continues for Basalt residents. Next slide. So at our Basalt Hub, we serve a little over 2,500 unique patients. That accounted for a little over 9,000 unique patient visits in the last 12 months. And I mentioned the payer mix dynamics that we face here. And let's go ahead and go to the next slide, which outlines a little bit better. Actually, I'm going to hold that thought for a few more slides. One of the things I love to do is share the stories of our patients, again, many of which are uninsured. This is the story of a pediatric patient at Mount Family who was uninsured and came in for a routine sports physical. During the visit, our primary care providers detected that this person had type 1 diabetes. We were immediately able to get them connected to insulin. And connect them with a care coordinator that could help them understand what their new reality was going to look like. Next slide. At Mount Family, we're facing a lot of the dynamics that the national and state healthcare system is facing. You can see the challenges that we are facing on the right. That includes the risk to Medicaid funding that we're seeing through congressional debates on their budget. We've also experienced flat funding from our federal partners over the past 8 years. As you all are very familiar, there's also a precarious state budget that we are closely watching. And then what remains a consistent challenge is our payer mix, and I'll explain a little bit more. But that's not to say that there aren't some things that are going really well. We have tremendous community partnerships. I think it really highlights the first word in our name, Community Health Center. We rely really heavily on partnerships with counties, with hospitals, with towns, in ways that a lot of our partners don't. And for that, Mountain Family is on a sustainable path. We also have new coverage options that have been tremendous for our patients. So Omni Salute and Cover All Coloradans. We've seen tremendous uptake on both of those fronts. And then we have really worked to rein in costs over the past year. In the last 12 months, our operating budget is reduced by about $1 million on a $25 million budget. So I've referenced, next slide please. I've referenced our payer mix a few times. And this graph shows you what that looks like as a trend line going back to October of 2023. The line that is red on the top there is our percentage of uninsured patients, and the blue line on the bottom is our patients who are enrolled on Medicaid or the Children's Health Plan. One thing I would note is that if you were to talk to any other community health center CEO, this would probably be flipped. We have some unique dynamics in the communities that we serve that really increase the number of uninsured patients, primarily the high cost of living. So the Medicaid threshold is 138% of the federal poverty level, which for a family of four is about $43,000. And so what we see is a lot of our patients are working, and really any hourly wage in some of the communities that we serve push folks out of Medicaid eligibility. And oftentimes those folks are working in the service sector where employer-sponsored coverage is unavailable or still affordable. And given the other price pressures that we know our patients face, including housing, healthcare coverage remains out of reach, even with subsidies on the exchange. And so that's why in our communities, we see such a higher level of uninsured patients. If you were to talk to many of our counterparts from across the state, they are typically facing uninsured patients in the 10 to 20% range. And if we go to the next slide, you can see what that looks like in Basalt. So slightly higher on average uninsured rate than what we have in our entire system. And then the next slide breaks it out based on payer type, including Medicare and private insurance as well. And then this last slide is intended to demonstrate that even though we continue to see a growing proportion of uninsured patients at our clinics, we're still serving more patients than we ever have. About a year ago, at the end of 23, we served about 15,000 patients. Within the last 12 months, that was 17,000 patients. So we're continuing to grow and provide a service that we know is incredibly valuable for many of the residents in the communities that we're serving, even though many of those patients are uninsured and pose some sustainability challenges to our operations. And then finally, just kind of a recap, we provide high quality integrated care for all. We rely on partners to do that. And we're grateful for our partnership and the support that the town has provided us. I'm happy to provide any additional details or answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you, Dustin. What questions do you all have?
Did you see any drop in care in Basalt after closing the 2 school-based facilities? Is that, it makes it hard? I know you guys are right. I think you're right over in the Pickens County building, so it's not too far a walk, but have you seen a struggle then of getting these kids in? And
it's great question. One of the things that was really important to our team was ensuring consistent access, even though there would be fewer access points. The data is promising that access has remained fairly consistent, but too early to definitively say one way or the other. We have taken the steps to ensure that access. So instead of school-based centers, we are working to establish what we're calling school-linked healthcare. And so we're working very closely with the Roaring Fork School District to ensure patients that we were previously seeing at the high school and middle school are still able to access care at our Basalt Hub site, including transportation when it's needed. And then we've also expanded our pediatric hours, knowing that many patients who were previously seen at the school would maybe have to go in the evening instead. And so we've expanded our Wednesday hours to accommodate for that. And I'd be happy to follow up once I have some more data to definitively say one way or the other what that's meant for access.
Thank you.
Does it seem like we've retained, a fair amount of those folks? I know you're probably still getting the data but related to that, as far as retaining those patients.
Yeah, I think so. And there's an interesting dynamic with our school-based health centers when compared to hub sites. So school-based health centers have some constraints in terms of the number of patients you can see. And so they're typically smaller locations, so an exam room or 2 exam rooms, and then 1 provider and maybe an MA. And so really in the school-based setting, you have to see 1 patient at a time. Whereas our hub sites, we have multiple exam rooms, multiple providers. So you're able to see a higher number of patients in the same time slot. And so my hope is that even though it is less convenient in terms of physical proximity, that the expanded access within our own operations will at least allow us to retain the number of patients we're serving, if not increase it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Got more throughput, so essentially in the space. Any other questions?
Just one quick one on the mental health side. You had an impact, an increase in those kinds of issues, or by closing the school resource areas, are we missing potential risks?
Within the school-based settings specifically, or more generally?
Just generally.
Yeah, so we haven't seen anything in our data that indicates there's a change one way or the other in terms of behavioral health need. We did evolve our behavioral health delivery strategy shortly after I started in February of 24. We were providing ongoing outpatient care to a limited number of patients, which is a really tough model for a community health center to work. And so in exchange for that model, we've adopted what's referred to as an integrated model, where our medical, dental, and behavioral health providers are working as a team. And the best way to demonstrate how this can look is if, take our patient example earlier, if he would have come in and screened positive for depression, and the depression screening, we would have been able to make a real-time warm handoff to a behavioral health provider to at least get him started on the care path. For those patients that need a higher acuity level of service, we still need to rely on our partners, our outpatient partners. So Mind Screenings, Eagle Valley Behavioral Health, Hope Center, those types of partners.
Thank you for taking the time to come and present to us, give us an update. We appreciate all the work you guys are doing, and best of luck.
Thanks.
Looking forward to hear from you again.
Thank you for the opportunity, and truly thanks for the ongoing partnership. And if there's ever any questions you have or want a periodic update, always happy to do it.
I have one other question. In addition to, giving funds when we can, is there anything else that we can do as a council or as a community to support the work that you do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say there's a few opportunities that have been advantageous from Mountain Family's perspective. One is ongoing support on the human services side, and we work really closely with both Pitkin and Eagle County on this. The more folks that we can get connected to Medicaid, the better it is going to be for those patients, but also the revenue is at a sustainable level via Medicaid. And so just thinking through creative ways that we might be able to connect residents to Medicaid and even cover all caller items, which is the new state coverage option. And then I always say that if you're in the market for a primary care provider, a dentist, or a behavioral health service provider, we'd love to provide that for you.
Thank you.
I'm a patient at Mountain Family as well as on the board, so I feel like from a patient perspective, I see that they do a great job and it's easy to walk to from my place of work and my home. But also from being on the board, it's been quite a roller coaster of treating folks who are uninsured in this valley. And I think Dustin's done a really excellent job finding other revenue streams and trying to keep the ship really steady. So thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Right, so next up, we have item 6B, Mid-Valley Trails Committee Update with Michelle and Angela Henderson.
Thank you. With us tonight is Dave Pesenchak, COO of RAFTA, and Angela Henderson, Director of the Rio Grande Corridor with RAFTA, who will give you an overview of the Mid-Valley Trails Commission and the requirements for managing the funds that the Mid-Valley Trails Commission has, has been stewarding, and a general update. And James has your slides.
Okay.
If you want them.
I wasn't aware there were slides. Good evening.
Good evening.
Michelle and I have been discussing the possibility of Basalt taking over management of the Mid-Valley Trails program from RAFTA. I can give you a little bit of an overview. I apologize, I wasn't as prepared for this meeting as I had hoped to be. We're here this evening to discuss oversight of the Mid-Valley Trails program, which RAFTA has been managing since 2002. A little background, in 1995, Eagle County voters authorized the county to impose a 0.5% sales tax for mass transit use. Of the 5.5%, they designated 10% for bikeways and bikeway purposes. The portion of the Eagle County mass transportation tax that's collected here in Basalt in Precinct 7 and in Elgival Precinct 8 is transferred to RAFTA each year. 10% of this tax is then set aside for bikeway purposes. In 2002, RAFTA took over responsibility for the Mid-Valley Trails Committee to oversee the bikeway funds. Currently, RAFTA provides limited oversight to this committee. The committee has been managing this program pretty much on their own since about 2007. RAFTA feels that Basalt is better equipped to manage the Mid-Valley Trails program and is respectfully requesting that Basalt consider taking on the oversight of the Mid-Valley Trails program, effective this summer season. The Eagle County sales taxes used for mass transit in the Roaring Fork Valley are collected from Basalt and Elgival specifically. 10% of the sales tax collected are set aside to be used solely for bikeway purposes, and Basalt has actually been participating in the Mid-Valley Trails Committee for most of the years that Mid-Valley Trails has been in existence. Basalt has an open space and trails program that we think is capable of providing better, more consistent oversight of the Mid-Valley Trails program, and I'll get into a little bit of why we think this is the case. We will continue to participate in the Mid-Valley Trails program as there are joint project opportunities that benefit all citizens of not only the Roaring Fork, but the Colorado River and Eagle Valleys. We've talked about it in great detail about Basalt taking this on, and if Basalt's willing to take on oversight, we've kind of put a tentative plan together. RAFTA will continue to receive the Eagle County Mass Transit funds, and we will continue to segregate those 10% funds for the bikeway purposes. But Basalt staff would then vet and select Mid-Valley Trail projects each year. Basalt would be in charge of working to update the Mid-Valley Trails plan. I don't know if any of you have had an opportunity to review the plan, but they've done a phenomenal job of putting together a plan that outlines every type of trail connection in the valley. Single track, asphalt paved, soft surface, all kinds of connections. And I think that it is a great plan for us to use as the baseline for getting some of these trails built. Unfortunately, the Mid-Valley Trails Committee doesn't have the expertise necessary to make the trails happen. Basalt and RAFTA have the expertise necessary to do that, and Basalt has the staff, I think, that could really take this on. I think that it's probably a better use of Basalt's time to oversee this because the majority of the trail systems happen inside the Eagle County part of the Roaring Fork Valley, and a large portion of that is in Basalt. Basalt will utilize their approved procurement process for the applicable Mid-Valley Trails projects, and then Basalt will submit detailed invoices to RAFTA for reimbursement each year. It's not a huge fund, but it's about $125,000 a year, and right now there's about $575,000 in that fund. Eagle County is very supportive of having Basalt take on this committee. We've been in negotiations with them as well as Basalt staff for several months now, and think this is a really good use of these funds and a really good committee to help us manage the funds. We are here just to get a feel for how the council feels about taking on this role and responsibility, and to answer any questions you might have about the funds.
Could you describe the layout of where the Mid-Valley Trail oversight reaches? Like,
Yeah, so it is literally the Elgibel and Basalt Precinct 7 and 8, 24 and 25 now with the redistricting. So everywhere in the Eagle County section of the Roaring Fork Valley, and that's it.
just, okay. So just in our town limits and
Just in your town limits and
down to
Elgibel.
Crown, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's a real opportunity here for us to have some projects that are more than maintaining existing trails, if you will. So there's been a lot of work on maintaining single track trails and considering horse infrastructure for certain trails, which is all super important. But as Angela noted, there is a $500,000 bank that hasn't been spent. And we have some projects that I think are shared resources here. Improvements to the bike trails and connectivity on Willets Lane, other connections to Crown Mountain Park, other trails like that. So those would be things we would work out and kind of get the details on, but it's just kind of another way for us to collaborate with a partner and kind of move forward. And as Post is a little bit more formal than the Mid-Valley Trails Commission, and they're a little more used to making these sort of decisions on bigger projects, there's just sort of some efficiency there in rolling these in.
So, yeah, double-click into that as far as what Post would do versus what staff would do, because we heard earlier, we limited resources, what are we going to do? I know there's money, but there's also staff time. So I want to make sure that we're being cognizant of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think the opportunity here is to roll in things that have been similar to what's kind of maybe some history with Post, where we've had a lot of projects on the list but haven't been able to prioritize them until recently. I think there's the same kind of deal in the Mid-Valley Trails Commission plan. A lot of projects in there that just haven't been prioritized or monetized to make them happen. So there are probably a lot of shared goals there that just need to be compared going forward.
I heard single track, which makes me think Glacier, but is that, like, what single track are we talking about?
Yeah, I basically tune out on those a little bit, frankly.
So there's been a lot of Rocky Mountain Mountain Bike Association does a lot of work on the trails up on the Crown. They've done, I don't know how many of you actually do single track, but they've done a great deal of repair and easing up some of the trails so that they're more user-friendly for more beginner groups. But they have been focused pretty much to act as a granting organization rather than implementing new trails. So up to this point, we've been doing almost all single track improvements and nothing that really works for the rest of the valley. And that's been one of the concerns that's been expressed by citizens to Eagle County, is they'd like to see these funds go to some of the trails that have been called out in the Mid-Valley Trails Plan. The Crown Mountain Park has been at the top of, I think, 3 or 4 of the organization's lists of trails we like to see, which is that connection over to the Rio from the Crown Mountain Park. Those are things that are going to require engineering and design and potentially easements or acquisitions from property owners. That's not within their bailiwick to handle. That's where they need more of our expertise between Basalt, Rafta, and Eagle County.
There's, I have a lot of history with this going back to when the corridor was purchased and Basalt participated in the $8.5 million to buy it. But one of the false barriers that exists out there, and I think Ryan mentioned it, is where does Pickens County end and Eagle County start? Where does Rafta take over and where does Pickens County take over? And you know, there's a section of trail that runs from Lazy Glen through the Roaring Fork Club all the way through the high school and out into Emma before it becomes Eagle. And there's been a lack, I mean, they cooperate on open space purchases, but the issues with Pickens that I see are that they stop at the Eagle County line as far as rangers and improvements and some maintenance and some, you know, controlling some activities, and have developed single tracks, you know, on the Crown here and there. And I think that they are an integral part of this discussion, because this isn't just about an Eagle County Basalt partnership. This is about an Eagle County Basalt Pickens partnership that might take care of those issues of boundaries that don't make any sense from a regional biking trail hub. So I really think we need to look at that in a broader picture.
Well, and
a
up to
lot
this-
of effort went into that.
Yeah, up to this
Build it,
point,
maintain
Pickens
it.
County has always been invited to participate in this committee as well.
Good.
And we will continue to invite Pickens County Open Space and Trails
If
to
it's going to
participate
enter
in
the
this.
formal world of the town of Basalt,
Mm-hmm.
then there'll have to be some formal agreement that deals with that. I know there's Rafta Pickens County agreements on how that trail section, especially the Rio Grande, operates, but I don't think we're included in those. Or we were included from the point of view of buying the railroad corridor.
Correct.
But not necessarily in the maintenance and operation or capital on that trail section. So that's a big deal.
Somewhat with Rafta is we're being represented there, right? I mean, the
Yeah,
corridor.
yeah. But we're talking about, Michelle's point, expanding this program, funding it, staffing it, et cetera. And that could potentially lead to some relief to Pickens County, either with personnel or money, or they stay in the game and it comes in through a different pipeline.
Well, and in speaking with Pickens County about this particular program, they've been pretty open to working with us on this process. I don't
Great.
know that they would be opposed to a formal document
I would
that
hope not.
called out their participation in this.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
It would be good to see the trail plan too. I don't recall having seen that before. I might have a link somewhere, but get that to the top of the inbox. I think we'd all appreciate checking that out. Thank you all very much. Any other questions or
We need
comments?
any comments about, do we have to vote on this? Is this like a?
No, I think we, you know, it would be nice to just get a general nod, and then we would bring something back maybe in the future to formalize it.
I'll have to check out the plan, you know, get a little more information. But it's, I mean, in principle, it makes sense, but I'd like to understand the details a little more. Are you guys good with that?
I'd say at a high level, we are interested in getting the money as close to the people and the documents that can spend it as effectively as possible. So from our perspective, you know, we've got the Rio Grande corridor, but we're not necessarily there on the ground with Michelle and you all in terms of what those other documents are that can connect to the trail or other connections that could be valuable. So that's really where we see a lot of benefit in making that connection closer between spending these monies. It's not a ton of money, but I think that the money can be spent much more effectively if it's closer to the people that know where it should be spent.
And to that point, the other thing that we think is important is that Basalt is a referral agency for projects, Eagle County projects on both Elgebel and Basalt. You have the opportunity as the town council to make recommendations that they create pedestrian easements or access points that make sense to the trail system around the valley. The Mid-Valley Trails Committee doesn't have that same tie to Eagle County, and I think that that's where you are one of the more valuable players in the room at this point.
So that would bring additional scope of what we can do as a referral agency for development.
And I think we already do some of that. RAFTA definitely responds to the referral comments as much as we can, but sometimes we miss that some of these developments would benefit from better pedestrian connections to the trail system.
Well, this would include us more in the land use decision-making processes too, that, you know, most of the properties that are owned along the corridor we're talking about are open space properties. They're used for agricultural and other, you know, tourism, like
Correct.
whatever it is. And we don't really have a voice in that, so to speak, no pun intended. But I think it gives us more strength in what we can do and be a part of. It's a pretty big ask for Basalt to take on without some of this partnership
Agreed.
enabled. It worked in, it was 1996, so we could do it again. But anyway, that's enough said. I guess you know.
And we do want to continue to be a partner. I think that we can be a valuable partner to this organization as well.
Just maybe we can get a train, Dave?
I'm trying. I'm trying. Every year I'm trying.
We got alignment C instead.
I would take alignment C at this point if I could get it.
Thanks.
Well, thank you both.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we have, next item up is item 6C, first quarter 2025 financials. And Doug, you're up.
Thanks. All right, this won't take long. Shouldn't anyway. So let's start off with the graphical illustration. This is of the general fund. To the left is the revenue, to the right is the expenses. And the pie chart on how the monies are allocated. A lot of the revenue, as some of the expenses, are front-loaded in the first quarter, so property taxes are coming in, representing us, 30% of our revenue, but that'll normalize as the year goes on. Sales tax is coming in at 46. That will be well north of 50 by the time the year's out. So that's just again how the revenue sources are determined by category, as well as the expenses here. The administrative area is very much front-loaded in the first quarter. We have our insurance payments and professional services are also paid first quarter. Police is representing 30% of our expenses. Public Works is 10. I think when all the activity for the year is in, Public Works will be in for a much higher percentage, and they'll be, as I say, Public Works and Police will be over half of the expenditures of the general fund. So, turning to the next page, I'm just going to go to highlights. Just to familiarize yourself, the first column is the 24 actuals, compared to second column being the 25 actuals, third column being the budget. So just starting off with revenues on taxes. Sales tax you'll see is less than it was current year relative to the 24 number and is not tracking budget. And you'll see, so we're on for a miss on that number, at least for right now. I believe we'll make it up. When you look at license and permits, we had a timing difference that arose with the permits that were issued for the BCC project. Came in January. We had anticipated that coming in December. So we didn't have, they had that in the 24 budget year. So all that revenue hit in 2025. So we're over budget 2025. In the unrestricted building permits, it's 200,000. We're already 61% of the number. So we'll likely beat that number, right? So I think that will offset some of the softness we're seeing in sales tax. Nothing really remarkable in the intergovernmental revenue. Our grants don't seem to be at risk for not being paid. Service charges are pretty much the recreation area, and I think that's on track. So I don't anticipate any surprises there. Just last, I think we're pacing a little bit higher on interest. We have more working capital than I had projected. So just finish the page down here, James, if you would. So we would have, this bottom line is revenue before financing is our last year number was 3.5. We're at 3.7 this year. and the budget's 12.4. So we're at 30% of the budget on revenue. And that's pretty much the story on revenue. Any questions on that?
The sales tax is, you know, you get the budget's linear, you know, obviously, throughout the year. We usually see more revenue in the middle of the year than we do in,
Well, we are coming into the summer.
Yeah.
So we should be seeing some more revenue, you know, in that regard.
Okay.
But these numbers are normalized. I mean, it does account for the seasonality.
it does count, okay, for our seasonality, okay.
Yeah. So I really do track the year-over-year comparisons are important. So I look at it monthly. And
Okay.
so, yeah, answer your question. Yeah,
But
Ryan.
With that $31,000 in the scheme of things on a sales tax, yes, it's below where you projected, but you could make that up in a good month, couldn't you? In theory, you would hope.
In theory, and
But
you
you're
know,
already-
I think in April, there was a one-time only payment from a vendor we've never received money from before. And that right there was a big, that actually threw us into the black for the month, not cumulatively.
Yeah.
So it is possible, yes.
So it's not all doom and gloom, but
No, it's-
it is tracking in a
It's tracking.
different direction.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then just looking at expenses, they're really, I mean, we talked about payroll. We're going to run a vacancy savings. With Ryan leaving, we're one short on Public Works, we're 3 short on the Police Department. So we're going to have some vacancy savings we'll harvest throughout the year. Our capital, we're not stressing anything in the budget area there. Our debt service is in line. Our operating is really nothing is appearing. There's a couple hot spots, but nothing aberrant that's going to throw this off in a material way. So looking just across the board, paging down, we had actual expenses through 2024 of 2.2. We're at 1.7 this year, and the budget's 12.4. So like you see, we're at 14%. We really underspent in capital. First quarter, we didn't, Justin wasn't on the board, so we didn't have a lot of the capital things that we had thought we'd have coming. So there's a bit of a timing difference, but we're catching up. Some of these things are coming to fruition. If you go over to the right hand, up to the top of this page, where did
Sorry, I lost the page.
just a minute. Sorry about that. Just wanted to show the cash position of the town. So just page over to the right a little bit. There you go. So we started the year with 29.8 million. You'll see that we, at March 31, had 32.3. So we actually picked up 2.5 in the quarter of cash. And a lot of that was just underspending in capital in general. So, and that's just my little proof that all of the fund balances, changes in fund balances agree to cash. So, just a little added information. All right, moving to the third page here, this is just restricted funds. Nothing remarkable here. This is really lodging taxes, our tobacco, and our post. We know our sales tax is off a little bit, so our taxes are down. We haven't had any real big RETAs. We had a RETA in Willits first quarter, which is a pretty good RETA transaction. But other than that, nothing remarkable happening. Other than when that BCC or the Midland pulled their permit, there was a big portion of that for park dedication fees. So if you remember, we missed that number last year because of the timing of the permit. But then that came in current year. So you'll see the building permits and park dedication fees represent 30% of the revenue. And it's a bit of an aberrant number because that's normally not what happens. Just moving into page 4, same format, first column being 24 actuals, 25 being results of the first quarter compared to the budget. You'll see that post revenue is down compared to last year, lodging taxes down compared to last year. That's really we're seeing a little bit of cannibalization, or not cannibalization, but more people staying at Hoffman. So that's being less people staying at the Element. And I'm saying that's all the difference, but there is some effect there.
Do you know what occupancy rates are like? I mean, we don't have, that's not really,
I don't know that, but
Say.
I do know that just flat out that it would be cheaper to stay there just because there's not a 4% occupancy tax.
yeah.
I don't think Eagle has that.
And I think the
So-
chamber, Chris gets some of those numbers.
Right. And the sales tax is cheaper too, because it's unincorporated. There's no town. There's no 3% sales tax. So it's cheaper to, tax-wise.
I just wonder, supply, I feel like there's not a lot of hotels anyway. I would think that
Right.
occupancy would be pretty good.
Right. And then you think about the airport closing, and if there's less pilots coming into town, less people staying overnight, that's going to add to it as well. So, anyway.
Chris to address it at all?
I guess it's appropriate. Yeah, I'm curious.
Do you have that, Chris?
Not off the top of my head, but I can
Okay.
get that.
Yeah, you guys want to, it'd be good to know.
Then the second section, this is just license and permits. The big outliers here was that Rita out of Willits. It was like one for 115,000 that hit first quarter. And then we had the park dedication fees for the 2 development projects going on here, BCC and then the one over by Whitewater Park. So that's going to be a positive variance for the year. Looking at expenses, there's absolutely zero at stress here on what we're spending on, at least for the first quarter. Hopping around on you, huh, Jane?
Yeah, it is. Go away. All right, it's acting by itself.
Do you have like a mouse in a backpack somewhere that's,
I guess so.
All right,
Go back to the packet. There we go.
testing my recall. Okay. So, post numbers, the big chunk of the money being spent, and we have met first quarter in April to look at that. So I feel like with Justin's on board and some of the projects we have in place, we got a lot of that traction starting to happen. So just recapping at the bottom, we had revenue 1.3 last year, 1.9 this year, relative to the budget of 5.2. So we're over budget on revenue. Looking at our expenses, we're at $1.5 million for the first quarter compared to a budget of 5.9. So again, 16% of the budget we should be, if we're tracking it linearly, we'd be at 25%. So, do you have something, Hannah?
No.
Okay. All right, and then bringing this home, keeping us on track, trying to get back on track at 7:30. So, last page. It's just all our other funds, cats and dogs, as Michelle would say. We got the bond fund, that's money in, money out. This is just our mill levy. So as the money comes in, we reserve it. We have the money set aside for debt service come December. Capital construction fund, just as a reminder, this is our green money, this is our affordable housing money, and our Midland money. So all of those projects are, Midland is just about done. The green is pretty much dormant because we got the solar project installed. And really what's working on this year is the affordable housing and the construction going on at Stotts Mill and some of the projects we've got going on as well. So that's really the emphasis seems to be for 2025. This is a cash basis number. Doesn't do you much good really looking at it, at least from my view. It kind of doesn't pick up a lot of the accruals that you would have, a lot of the commitments that have been made for some of the contractors. Water fund, just wrapping it up. It's our enterprise fund. You see first quarter revenue was 5,000 more than it was same time last year. And we did get tap fees and whatnot. That all came from that BC water permit. And so we were under last year, we're over this year. So it's kind of evening out. And then our expenditures are administrative, source, treatment, transmission. I think I'm feeling much more comfortable with the water fund and meter project that we're undertaking along with some of the other initiatives that are currently underway. With Justin's background being in water, I think we're going to be well positioned to actually execute against those goals that we have for the water fund. So, and financially, we're in good shape. And last is that Conservation Trust Fund. That's just the rake off from lottery tickets. Gets dispersed to funds based on population. We have some of that money earmarked for our irrigation project over by the cemetery. It's a $200,000 marker there for that. That's underway. Trevor and team working with Justin are getting that to the finish line. So I think that's going to happen this year. So it's kind of fast, but I also want to get back on track here, timing-wise. So if any questions, we go through that?
I have one. I apologize. I'll keep you off track for another
No, no.
couple minutes. I missed this because I was late to the work session, but there was a threat noted as aging out of local business owners. And I'm wondering if this is a Midland Avenue thing, or if you're seeing it in just the retail restaurant industry, or if it's business owners that have other types of companies. Maybe Chris can weigh in. But how do we create an incentive or a succession plan for some of these aging out local business owners to have opportunities for young entrepreneurs or young restaurant managers or whatever it might be to replace that? She's got her hand waving at me.
Right.
You don't have to answer that now, but I think it's something you should think about in
Right.
terms of how we see this $16 million investment we made evolve into a similar retail sales tax base, not a bunch of commercial offices.
Right.
So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. I think my presentation was more as identifying it as a threat, not necessarily putting a solution for it or
Right.
or analysis behind it.
I would like to explore that a little bit, because if that's, and I'm visualizing who the ownerships are of this streetscape, and, you know, there's one young group that just came in across the street here that's well-funded, well-financed, and I've heard from other developers that there are various properties within the downtown core now that are being acquired in a package that are
Right.
going to be converted to something. So I think that is forward-looking to be able to
Right.
think about incentives. I'm not finding a solution. I just want to know what we can do to
Right.
incentivize the same kind of uses.
Yeah, we should have some next steps on that as part of the retreat and like diving into a lot of that stuff. That is one of the, I said, I think it was the last chamber meeting, what keeps me up at night, and it's kind of the vitality and the coolness of our small businesses that we have in this town. I mean, it's a lot of what makes this place what it is.
Right.
And that's kind of, is part of that, and you don't want to see that stuff go away, because that's a lot of where our
it's the
character
charm
comes
of the
from.
town, culture and whatnot.
And I think to clarify, Rick, and when you were fleshing that out a little bit in your discussion earlier, it was not just limited to Midland. So there's, places in Willits as well that we're seeing a similar trend. So it's all over.
Yeah, Kitchen Collage, I'm not exactly sure why, but
Right.
that business
Right.
was shut down.
And there's always like something goes in that's to be stronger, some are not. The Wild Fig's going to be opening, and that's going to be greater than what it's doing now, which is nothing. So, I mean, there's going to be, there's always like a yin and yang. But I just think it's something, it's a valid point.
I didn't think about it before, but I'm thinking about it now.
Right, right. So anyway, that's all I got.
Yeah, I'd be interested to have a conversation with Chris about that at our retreat.
That's, could be a special guest for some of that discussion. That'd be good.
Okay? All right, thanks.
Thanks, Doug. That was great. All right, next up, we have Section 7, Item 7A, Resolution Number 23, Series of 2025. It's a resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving the Basalt Deed Restriction Incentive Program Framework. And Michelle and James, you have this one?
Yeah. Mayor and council, tonight with us is Eric Kronhold with Design Workshop, who's going to present the details of our proposed deed restriction incentive program. But before he does that, I'm going to give you a quick overview of how we got here and why we're talking about it. In the fall of 2024, council was presented Box 2025 work plan. There are 4 categories of activities in that work plan: bond initiatives, code amendments, preserving existing housing, and funding housing. So as you are aware, we are making significant progress in the bond initiatives category. We've checked off a couple boxes, or we hope to tonight as well, some of the code amendments, and we'll bring back other things. And this presentation is hitting on the preserving existing housing box. So That's a little bit of why we're here and how we got there. The Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission identified the creation of a deed restriction incentive program as an opportunity to preserve existing free market housing in the town for qualified members of the workforce, and thereby reducing second homes, short-term rentals, and other uses of residential properties that reduce community housing opportunities. The Basalt 2020 Master Plan Goal 2.1 encourages providing housing that serves residents across a range of demographics, incomes, and collective needs. And Goal 2.2 identifies preservation of existing housing as an important tool. And of course, our 2024 Housing Needs Assessment also identified this program. The town received a planning capacity grant from DOLA to develop several affordable housing concepts into policies and programs, and Design Workshop was awarded the contract. So with that, I'll pass it over, and we'll hear the details of the plan.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Krongold. I'm a senior associate with Design Workshop. We are a landscape architecture, urban design, and strategic services firm located right here in Basalt, though I work out of our Denver studio. I'm joined online by Brian Duffany from Economic Planning Systems, who worked closely with us in the development of this program. So excited to talk through it with you all tonight. Just as a quick overview of what I hope to cover, spend a few moments just talking about the purpose of this program, why we felt it was important to pursue, talk about what we learned from reviewing some case studies around the region, and then spend the majority of our time talking about the actual program itself and its administration. So, next slide, please. The program's purpose there's several driving reasons, but one of the main ones is building new affordable housing is really expensive. It's very hard to bring new units to market at scale. There's not a lot of available land, and it's not very cost effective. Additionally, there's a strong desire to try to preserve existing affordable homes within the community without necessarily requiring new construction. Additionally, there are several folks within the community who may be aging in place, who may want to grow their family, who may need a larger home to live in. This allows us to support those residents who are at risk of displacement due to housing, and create home ownership opportunities for folks that work within the local workforce. Finally, this allows us to maintain community stability. Again, it allows folks to remain in the community and not be displaced due to housing costs. And also allows us to come up with some creative solutions through public-private partnerships to expand housing access. Next slide, please. So the first portion of our work really focused on studying what are existing programs doing today. And there are a lot of programs within the region put on through various different entities, such as the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, Vail and Deed, and others shown here. While these different programs differ, there are a lot of commonalities that we look to understand and that we look to use as some inspiration for this program. A few of those commonalities are really all require that participants must work 30 hours a week or earn 75% of their income locally, as in within the boundary of that program. Additionally, participants in those programs must use the unit as their primary residence and cannot, in many cases, own second homes or use that unit as a short-term rental. Additionally, many of these programs implement what they call a price cap, typically at 3% annually, that looks at maintaining the price of that home if it were to sell. So rather than being valued wherever the market stands at that time of sale, you actually limit that house's appreciation, keeping it affordable for future owners. While contribution rates differ for each of these programs, typically they fell within 5 to 15% for a resident occupied unit without any type of price cap, or within 15 to 25% for a price capped unit. And that increase is really due to the loss of appreciation, to make up for the loss of future appreciation of that unit. All have some type of auditing process in place and require either an annual or biannual recertification, typically through the submittal of a W-2 showing that you're still employed within that community. So after we examined some of these comparable programs, we really wanted to understand what is the market in Basalt today, and what is what are appropriate limits that for both home price and contribution that for this program. Just to give a little bit of context, in 2024, the average single-family home sale price in Basalt was $1.82 million. The average townhome and condominium sale price in Basalt was $1.3 million. So we really wanted to understand what is a suitable range for this program. What is the lowest and the highest ends of the program in terms of housing price, and how many units fall within there? And really trying to find that sweet spot that we think this market, folks using this program, is realistic for folks using this program. So we ultimately set our analysis range between $500,000 and $1.5 million. And using assessors data from both Eagle County and Pitkin County, identified that there are about 800 homes within the town of Basalt that fall within this range and that could be suitable for this program. We opted also to set a maximum maximum home value for the program at $1.5 million. Again, really trying to set this program up to serve those who could actually use it. Next slide, please. So there's really two different pathways for eligibility within this program. The first is a new home buyer, and this would be someone who would be using this money to assist to aid in a down payment. A requirement for that home buyer, though, would be they must work within the 3-mile area of the town. We wanted to create a second pathway as well, and this is where we differentiate a little bit from some other programs. For existing homeowners, folks that may be retired or nearing retirement, who are on a fixed income, who are facing rising insurance costs or rising property tax costs, and create an avenue for them to voluntarily deed restrict their home, even though they're already in it. And for those folks, really, it requires them to have been employed for 10 years within the Roaring Fork Valley. Both pathways require an annual certification process, and we recommend that both pathways or both types of users cannot own other real estate, though are eligible if they want to lease their home rather than sell it, but that individual that leases it must meet the same program requirements in that they either work within the 3-mile area and that they work within the 3-mile area. And just to give some context for kind of the eligibility areas, so for our housing units, again, we're looking at just the town of Basalt, population of about 4,000, but for employment in the 3-mile area, you've got about 12,000 individuals. Next slide. So we're proposing really two different options here. The first would, I'll start with the resident occupied and then circle back to the price cap. The first would be an individual who is putting this voluntary deed restriction on their home, but they are not putting any type of price cap in place, meaning that that home can appreciate with the market, and when they sell, they can sell to someone who's within the 3-mile area, but they can sell at current market rates, which, as we've seen, have increased exponentially over the last several years. We're recommending a maximum contribution of $150,000 to this person. But based on kind of the target market conditions we saw in that 10 to 15% range, that really looks around $125,000 based on home prices today. The second option would be a price capped unit, and this would place a 3% annual appreciation cap on the unit, which again really looks to maintain its long-term affordability. That contribution, though, is higher, and that is to make up for the lost future appreciation of the home. So we're recommending between a 15 to 20% contribution with a maximum contribution amount of $200,000. And based on current market conditions, an average unit would be, an average contribution number would be about $175,000. Next slide. There's multiple funding sources that could be used for this. We haven't quite delved into that area yet, though we have identified opportunities for sales tax, lodging tax, and annual short-term rental fees. We did, though, run some numbers on the potential impact of what a program like this could be. And we believe there's potential to fund between 60 and 90 deed restriction homes over a 10-year period through this program, which is substantially more than just building that new construction with a deed restriction on it. Additionally, because this is one of many programs in the region, we feel there's several opportunities for partnership, both within the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, Eagle County, Pitkin County, and APSHA, all of which are able to support this program, as also as well as assist with best practices and other items. Just quickly wanted to clarify again kind of the primary difference between the Good Deeds program and this program. And really it comes down to 2 points. The first is geography. The Good Deeds program that really mimics what this does is valley-wide and is available for residents in Pitkin and Garfield County. This program would be exclusively for Basalt. Additionally, the timing differs in that the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition program, that contribution and that deed restriction takes place at the time of only within the town of Basalt, though employment would be within the 3 mile area. We're recommending a $1.5 million cap for in terms of home price, an option for a 3% annual appreciation cap if that's desired, and then between a 10 and 15 or 15 to 20% contribution amount for homes. Again, funding sources is still a question mark, but there are some options we've identified, and this would be a program that would be managed by the town or some regional partner. So with that, I'll open it up to questions and appreciate the time.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, do you have anything?
I might just add one quick item here, which is Bach's recommendation for the program is to pursue the cap, the appreciation cap, the 3% appreciation cap, and not the RO option. So that's just a discussion point for you as well. But I just wanted to highlight that because they were unanimous in their recommendation, feeling that having the price cap would really maintain this in levels that would be more attainable for a longer period of time. So
That need to be part of a motion that someone made to adopt the work?
ideally, yes.
Okay.
Just one quick question.
Yep.
Michelle, would we bring this back in a formal policy document for the council's further adoption?
Right, so since this is as noted, an unfunded program right now, we need to kind of build up the framework and flesh out all of the details based on the preferences tonight, and then we would bring that back for formal adoption.
I was going to ask about next steps. Any other next steps while we're on that topic besides
Yeah.
funding? And
Certainly. I mean, so we would flesh that out as well, and I anticipate that could come back either on its own or with potentially another program that we're working on at the same time, the ADU program, so that you're getting all of the things as similar review. One other thing we're kind of working out, and I'll have an update on this hopefully in the future quickly, is that Prop 123 money may be available for this program as well, so that might really shift how soon we can put this into play and how our partners interact with us as well. So we're looking for general direction and parameters on this, and then we'll have to go back and really tighten down all of the details of how the program would roll out.
got it. Thank you. What questions and comments do you all have?
That money that we put down then just stays as equity in the home? Like if that house sells, it's just in there for the deed restriction?
True.
Right? That's it?
Right.
Yeah, so
The first person
basically,
gets the best benefit, second person just gets the price cap.
Right,
Okay.
so there's just another housing unit available for the next person.
yeah, it keeps the cost of the house over time theoretically more static.
And is that the same with West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition? So if someone had a $1.5 million home for West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, they pay 30%. Does theirs start at $1 million, or do they start at 1.5 with that 3% cap?
They have two options, so you can have, you can do the RO option and have a less cash incentive, or you can do the price capped option and have a bigger cash payment. And I don't remember off the top of my head right now what the difference of those numbers are, but I think it's the difference of maybe like 15% contribution for RO and a 30% contribution for price capped. And where that comes into play is the counties or the towns are peering up for those deeper price capped restrictions because it's just more valuable.
But for the price capped category, does that start the clock at the home price
The lower.
value or the lower amount, the 30% less?
Right.
Okay.
Yep. And I think germane to our discussion earlier of needing council during a retreat this summer to kind of prioritize expenditures, what's identified in here, we've got lodging tax, sales tax, and potentially fees. The fees discussion that's on the agenda later, that might generate some income annually. The sales tax, lodging tax, currently there's no capacity in our current sales tax or lodging tax, so that, would be something that would be a question for the voters, potentially, if they want to support that. But I think you also need to take that in light of some of the other competing interests and services that we want to provide. I think it's a sort of an existential question for the town of, do you want to be in the business of affordable housing, and kind of adding that as a service into the repertoire of the services that we provide. So just another timely question for you that you can talk about this summer.
Thanks, Ryan. Other questions and comments?
Go ahead.
It seems so new home buyers don't have to prove an existing work history within Basalt, they have to prove that they're currently working, but I'm wondering why the hurdle for existing homeowners is so much higher with a 10-year work history over the new home buyer that could have gotten a job 6 months ago?
Yeah, I think the intent there is to capture retirees who already own properties. So you want to make sure you're capturing someone who has contributed to the workforce in the valley and didn't move here 6 months ago and retire and then cash in through the program. So that number is flexible, but that was the intent of that.
And then my second question about the 800 units that are within this 1.5 million, that information is coming from the assessed tax value, which isn't necessarily free market value?
We did that.
Or did you adjust for that?
Sorry, apologies. We adjusted for that, so
Okay.
we used that number to back into the market value.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Before Rick, really quick, to clarify what Angel asked about the 10 years, all of this procedurally, we're going to have, like Jeff said, a policy document, so whatever is in here now, we can always tweak that stuff later, 10 years, whatever. I just wanted to make sure we understood that.
Yeah, I think this is to get the parameters to then
Yeah.
inform that ultimate policy document.
Okay. Rick?
I think the RO thing should remain. It's been pretty successful in North 40 and other places, and it does guarantee that the property is going to be resident occupied. Whether the cost is more or less is just equal to the cost is more or less on any of the other options. I think that there's a program being discussed about an urban TDR program whereby we have a 5,000 square foot house cap in Basalt. And there may be zone districts in places, if you wanted to do an ADU, that would put you over 5,000, or there's places where you can't do an ADU even if you're at 2,000 feet. So that needs to be looked at, because I think that to fund this program, a person who wants to redevelop a property within the community and increase the size of the house should buy a development right from an existing home. That money would go back into the fund and fund an ADU or capital improvements to that residence to bring it up to code to be able to sell it in an RO designated way or some other tier that you figure out. So that's a pretty innovative thought, and it enables the aging population again to afford to age in their homes, have a future income that would be guaranteed, and not have to absorb a net loss on their property in the long term. And, you know, I look at this as a generational thing. I don't look at it, and this is the point of view that they had when we talked about it before. This allows our families to stay here, so that those homes can stay not only in the community as affordable housing or attainable housing, but can also stay with the family. So I think that's a pretty good idea, and it's probably a little tricky, but it's appealing to me as a person that's hopefully got a few years left in the house, but you never know. So just another retreat topic, and maybe we look at stuff like that.
Thanks, Rick. How
We're all
do
going to get there too, by the way.
how do retirees remain eligible? I know it's mentioned there about in the 10-year pathway, you know, the folks which maybe you have to show pay stubs. How would you envision?
How do they requalify if they're not working?
Requalify without working? Like, I'm sure that was thought through. I didn't see it in the memo, though.
Yeah, so I think it's clearly a one-time qualification for a retiree, because it's a one-time purchase.
I guess
So-
they can continue to have to prove that they don't own other property.
Mhm.
That transition, I guess, like, we want to make sure we think that through
Sure.
when we have more of a formal policy document.
That's an element of what APS is going through now, is incentivizing retirees to move into smaller units, but you still have to go buy one. So, funded to do that a little bit. I'm done.
Going back to kind of where I was going with my question about the tax assessed value versus free market values, I can understand obviously keeping the price cap low at 1.5 million, and it's crazy that we talk about that being low, but that's just where we are. Doing like a quick Zillow search, you know, there are 5 single-family homes currently on Zillow in Basalt, under that, and one is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath, which I think is like an appropriate size home for a family. And the other, there's two bedrooms, 1 bedrooms, and then of course there's 22 units, 11 of which are studios, 11 1-bed, 1-bath at Basalt Center Circle. I guess my concern with the 1.5 million price cap is that we're not really allowing for a true single-family home purchase that's large enough to accommodate a family. If this is what we're looking at, studios and 1-bedrooms, which are great, you know, starter homes for people, and I don't want to rule that out. We need that in our, you know, permanently deed restricted pool as well. But I'm concerned about leaving out, you know, the larger fish, I guess.
Or Elk Run.
Elk Run, I mean, you look at retirees in Elk Run, almost all of those houses are going to be, so like they're out because they're under 1.5 million. I mean, they're over $1.5 million. So we're making accommodations. We're talking about this work history that isn't even going to really apply because all their homes are going to be valued at over $1.5 million.
Probably you'll need to sharpen the pencil on that when you get further along.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the intent here is that in the other existing programs throughout the resort areas, their programs have been oversubscribed. And so that's a great problem to have. And while it would be amazing to capture a lot of single-family homes, certainly it's a lot of the condos and townhomes that get captured, which are probably going to be more in a price range that are reasonable for non-RO people to get mortgages on. So it's just another kind of trade-off there. And it could certainly be something where we start with a certain price cap maximum and decide, oh my gosh, that's not enough and we're not getting what we wanted out of it, and adjust it the following year. Or we could start high. The challenge with starting with a higher value is that we're going to have more money to fund the purchases. So if we kind of stay in this lower range and we have $1 million, we have a chance at really getting, or $2 million, we have a chance at really getting a handful of units versus the more expensive we go. So it's just kind of that challenge there to balance that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this is all hypothetical, assuming a well-funded program.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I think this makes a lot of sense to me. over 5 years, Basalt went from over 90% occupancy to under 80% occupancy. And this is a program that helps people stay in their homes, helps their kids stay in their school, helps retirees stay in the community, and helps first-time home buyers, younger families, younger people maybe get a toehold into the market. So I think it's worth looking both at the RO piece and the price cap. And one of the things on housing policy I think we've all been thinking about is that there's not a policy that's going to be one size fits all. We're going to have a bunch of different policies that go towards and support different kinds of communities, and I think this is one really important piece of the puzzle.
And just for clarification, when I heard you mention, I read the policy to say, and Bach's recommendation was a yes and, so it was both price capped and RO. It wasn't just price capped, and then you could rent it as a second.
Bach's recommendation was actually just to do the appreciation cap and not the RO.
So no RO.
Yeah, they thought you got more bang for your buck. Appreciation cap.
So what kind of deed restriction would you do?
Well, it would be resident occupied, and it would be price capped instead of having an option of it being resident occupied without a 3% appreciation.
Yeah, you got to have the resident occupied.
Oh, well, I'm hearing the opposite.
Every time includes a resident occupied deed
Yeah, you have
restriction,
to.
but the question is, do you have a
That's what I
resident
said.
occupied deed restriction
If it didn't come out clear.
without a 3% appreciation price
Yeah,
cap?
you
or
have
not?
both. You have to at least have an RO, but
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the question is, can you do just RO without a 3% price appreciation, price cap? And Bach said, no, you have to have that price cap.
Right.
Well, you know, we always talk about resorts, but in Carbondale, Cater, the purchase price 5 years ago for a 3-bedroom, 3-bath on a small lot was $650. One just recently sold for $1.2. That's not considered a resort community. So that's the reality of just 30 miles away. And you go to the other end, and you have neighborhoods like Cemetery Lane, Mountain Valley, you know, all these areas that are ripe for redevelopment that are family homes. And so there's a real two bookends here of one brand new housing in Carbondale that's RO, 9 months out of a year, period, no cap. And you have the scrape and replace redevelopment that ends up being, you know, on the $3,000 square foot price tag. So, you know, somewhere we're stuck in the middle, right? And the RO's got to stay there because that's what's going to attract our town managers, our young professionals, you know, that they know they have a secure housing opportunity, and maybe they're not going to make $1 million, but they'll be able to stay here.
they'll keep the lights on, like Hannah was alluding to.
Yep.
I mean, that's fundamental.
But that, you know,
Maybe one, not to belabor this point, but so the 3% price appreciation cap is not related to income cap. So you can have, as long as someone's working, whether they're making $40,000 a year or $140,000 a year, they qualify for the house. It's just how much the appreciation goes on so that the next person that buys it has that sales price that's been held static and low.
We're going to have some kind of application process to kind of adjudicate all that stuff, like what makes the most sense with finite funds.
Yeah, prioritizing those items for sure.
Cool. Okay.
Why was it not decided on that there wouldn't be like an asset cap for folks? I could imagine someone coming in, taking a lower wage job, but having a lot of assets at home that would let them take advantage of this program and stick with a job with a lower pay.
Yeah, I think because it is placing a deed restriction on an existing unit, so we need to incentivize that property owner to want to place the deed restriction on there because it automatically suppresses the value of the property. So we certainly can look at adding asset requirements to it. Probably what's going to be more challenging is in the future when it sells the next time and it has the deed restriction on it, that person qualifying.
I see.
Right, so that's the way we're going to keep it there. And again, we're looking potentially here at, 5, being super optimistic that we get some wild grant or some other partnerships here, 5 to 10 units that exist now versus what's in the pipeline and all of our other category units that are coming up. So there's a little bit of difference there, but it's a good point. We can certainly look at that.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that the town council adopt resolution number 23, series of 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Let's begin with Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
And that includes both, yeah? Or did we come to that conclusion? Kind of went roundabout.
So I forgot to do that. Angela, does your motion include, including the optional price cap, 3% appreciation cap?
Well, no, there's resident occupied, and then there's.
And the resident occupied. Did
Yeah.
you say that during the discussion? We just didn't say it in the motion. Resident occupied and appreciation cap. Is that what you guys were looking for?
We
The
can-
All of the
clarification
above.
on the motion?
You can do all of the above and we can tailor it, or you can go for only the price capped version, or only.
All the above.
All the above, yeah.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded as amended.
Bach suggested.
As Bach suggested, right.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Bach suggested
Wow.
only the
No.
resident.
Yeah.
Brett, Bach did not want resident occupied.
Oh, you
Yeah,
want.
without
That was the
price.
confusion.
That's what I'm asking you.
Right, right.
I think, yeah. So we have a motion on the floor. That's table stakes. I think everybody wants RO.
RO plus
Yeah.
price cap.
Price
The
cap, that's right.
I think the confusion here is the terminology RO.
They're both RO.
Technically, in our housing guidelines, is defined as not having a price cap. So any deed restriction requires it to be resident occupied. So that's a given, no matter whether it's 3% price capped or not price capped. The direction that we would love to get is, are you comfortable with no price cap? Or would you like to follow Bach's recommendation to have the 3% price cap?
What, could we do both?
Yes. And
So that's
therefore you-
option 3.
Yes.
Both. So Angela, is that your motion? Just want to make sure,
That's confusing.
for the record, I want to make sure you get this right.
Both or either or?
Can I say both and everything? So we're going with Bach's recommendation.
No, don't say it that way. Just,
We're going with a deed restriction and a resident occupied option.
Price capped or not price capped?
that's, let her, yeah.
Price capped or
Please.
not price capped?
Or
How we're
both.
going with both.
Or both?
Both.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful.
The or is confusing people. Hannah, is that,
Yes, second.
all right, let's go through the roll call vote again. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Okay, so we have a motion by Angela, second by Hannah. Let us begin with Angela Anderson,
Yes.
Rick Stevens,
Yes.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Dieter Schindler,
Yes.
Hannah Berman.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for bearing with
And
us.
we'll just say, you'll get a second bite at this when the more fleshed out policy document would come back. So.
This is supposed to be so fun.
That's fun. Okay, next up, we have item 7B.
Thank you.
More fun. Continued public hearing and second reading ordinance number 3, series of 2025. Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving town code amendments, amending section 16-203C, renting of rooms and housing units, and amending appendix C, fee schedule, other fees table, establish a short-term rental fee. James, you're up.
This is a continued public hearing and second reading of an ordinance that would add a short-term regulatory fee to the town code. As background, the town has had it on the town's work program to consider establishment of a short-term rental regulatory fee to better mitigate the impact of short-term rentals on the town's long-term housing supply, Economic and Planning Systems, which is EPS, developed a study as part of their housing needs assessment work. It justifies that the town could charge a fee of up to $5,064 per bedroom per year. The town council has reviewed the ordinance regarding the fee at several meetings on second reading. Council last considered the topic on April 8th, at which meeting the council considered public comments, provided council discussion, and the majority of the council wanted to further consider establishment of a fee. So the packet materials that you have this evening include several options in terms of the fee amount. Those options are the $25.32 per bedroom, which is 50% of the maximum fee that could be charged based on the EPS study. And it's also in the draft resolution. This was the option for the fee amount that was recommended by the Basalt Affordable Community Housing Commission, as well as the P&Z. A second option could be to go with a $750 per bedroom fee. This is about 15% of the maximum fee. This was a number that was thrown out at the last council meeting for consideration. Other options include going with $1,670 per bedroom. This is 33% of the maximum fee, or 1/3 of the maximum fee. This number was also floated as a possible option at the last meeting. Or the council could direct staff on another amount that we don't have included in the options. It should be noted that staff also amended the draft fee exemption language that you have in the draft ordinance on direction of the town attorney, such that the exemption to the fee would be provided if a unit is rented on a short-term basis for less than 60 days per year, and it is either a unit owner or the other occupant's primary residence. So basically this added that owner could rent the unit to somebody as their primary residence and still be eligible for an exemption from the fee as long as they rented the unit for less than 60 days in a year. Other information that was requested by the council was information on the other town affordable housing initiatives that we have going on. Michelle explained these as part of the deed restriction program discussion, but we do have the bond initiatives related to entitlements on several different properties that the town owns. We've got code amendments. We adopted new categories. We updated the fee in lieu amount, and the affordable housing consultants are also working on zoning amendments related to ADUs, as well as the town's mitigation requirements. We've got some other programs that we're looking at, including an ADU toolkit, and then also we have consideration of other long-term funding mechanisms that is currently in kind of the queue. In terms of decision options, council this evening could approve the ordinance as drafted. You could provide direction to staff on amendments to the ordinance and approve an amended ordinance. You could deny the ordinance and direct staff to discontinue consideration of the fee, or you could identify additional information that you need in terms of making a decision, and you could continue the public hearing further. So those are the options that you have. This evening, staff would suggest taking public comment, providing council discussion, and if you're comfortable, you could take an action on the ordinance. Jeff, do you have any additional discussion for the council?
I'll just briefly add that, as council knows, but the public's aware, that we had an exec session earlier to get some legal advice on legal issues related to the regulation of short-term rentals. I really don't have anything to add now, but if there are questions on the proposed ordinance, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for Jeff on ordinance? Okay, let's do the public hearing. This is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing now. Just a reminder, make sure that you sign in at the back of the room, give your name and address there, and also give your name and address up here at the podium. You have 3 minutes as this timer will indicate, and you'll be able to see that tick down. So with that, whoever wants to come up, and I will also intersperse some folks online as well, so we manage the hybrid situation here and get them slotted in as well. So who wants to go first? Come on up.
Hi, everybody. You get less than 3 minutes. You can start it. I have a little PTSD coming here, but thank you all for what you're doing so that I don't have to be here and for dealing with this issue. This is tricky. The answer's not super clear. There are a lot of different ways to argue it, but I think that in its essence, there are impacts to short-term rentals. They increase the price of property. They increase the price of rentals. They change the character of neighborhoods. Houses become more like hotels. You don't know these people. And every mountain town in the West is wrestling with this, and some have put in much more aggressive approaches than we're proposing here. My gut is that you support the ordinance as written, and remember, that's half of what was proposed. I don't think it's onerous. You can make a lot of money renting your house. There's a house on my block, Sopris, that was going for 20 grand a month. I can assure you it is not my house. But I just think it's a step in the right direction. Like what you just discussed previously, it's not a silver bullet, but we got to hack away at this problem. So again, thank you for listening. Thanks for digging in on this, and thanks for being here.
Could you state your name and address, or did you already do that?
Auden Schendler, 600 Sopris Drive.
Thank you.
Neighbor,
I like the rules.
Neighbor to Ryan Slack. And I have 3 more minutes? You got a minute and a half left. Former councilman.
Again, my name is Hannah Sago. I live in Glenwood Springs. And thank you again for listening to community input on this issue, and thank you to the staff for all the hard work you've done to study and bring a pretty robust proposal. And I'm encouraging you all to approve the $2,500 fee as drafted and not undercut it at the outset by minimizing the fee's amount. You all know that this is such a massive, complex issue, and I really encourage you to embrace every tool that you have available to you to tackle it, and including this one. As folks have mentioned, it's not a silver bullet, but it will help create some incentives for more long-term rentals instead of short-term rentals, which the council then won't have to fund themselves. And the additional revenue generated from the fee will also help the issue. And I'm sure that the staff has done the best they can with the analogous information for a small town like Basalt to assess the impact of the fee, and charging 50% of what the study assesses seems extremely reasonable. For example, if a one-bedroom Airbnb rents for just $400 a night, and I've seen Basalt Airbnbs for up to $3,000 a night, if it's occupied for 61 days, it would make around $23,000 annually, and that's after Airbnb's fees. And after the short-term rental fee, they'd still take home $20,000, which, if you'll recall from last time, is about a third of what a Basalt public school teacher makes a year. And they can pass that fee on to guests at just $40 a night. I know folks also mentioned the idea that short-term rentals can help with like travel nurses, but that's actually, in my opinion, part of the larger housing crisis and not necessarily a solution. I have a friend who was a travel healthcare worker for many years and decided to settle in this valley because she fell in love with it, like a lot of people do when her travel contract ended. She had subsidized housing for 2 years, and when that ran out, she had to move down valley. And is now commuting at least 40 minutes a day because she can't afford affordable market housing closer to her work up valley. So I would argue that the reason why so many travel healthcare workers need short-term rentals is because there's not affordable housing for the long-term healthcare workers in the community. I also want to mention that I asked Voces Unidas if any of their members might come to comment, and they told me that their Basalt members are right now preoccupied with the threat of the mobile home park evictions, and unfortunately commenting at a public meeting is simply not accessible for a lot of people who would benefit from this policy. So I really encourage you all to keep those folks in mind, like the people who don't have the time or the money to like stay, avoid their commute way down valley and come to comment in support of this. I'm sure you know better than I do that it's really impossible to govern in a way that pleases everyone, but I hope you make the decision with the goal of building a community that redistributes resources equitably and that keeps in mind the folks who are serving this community and underpaid daily to support the community and making sure that they can afford to live here too. So I urge you to vote for the proposal as drafted originally, $2,500 per bedroom. And, you know, show the town of Basalt that affordable housing is something you care about. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Let's take someone online. I see Michael Shope is using the hand raise feature. So, Michael, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me. Yeah, I spoke at the last meeting. I'm a 10-year Basalt resident, and we live at 629 Hillcrest Drive, and I operate an Airbnb out of our house. I just want to stand again as a positive example of what Airbnb are doing for the community. For us, the Airbnb is needed to survive financially in this area, despite my partner and I both having multiple jobs and we having permanent housemates. The Airbnb allows us to live here and to pay our mortgage every month, and it allows us to collaborate and support local arts organizations for concerts, performances, summer camps, and all those things. Those are organizations who are not able to pay living wages. So that's pretty much what I said last time. Now I have 60 seconds left to just comment on a couple of things. You mentioned last time that you don't feel that this fee is a punishment. Because it is a flat fee, I feel that it is a punishment, and it is a punishment that very unequally punishes houses that are not rich houses with big vaulted ceilings. You have Airbnbs, as being mentioned already, yes, that can rent out their rooms for $400 a night. Our house is not such a house. So a flat fee hits us much harder. It was also proposed that we can just roll this amount of money into the nightly rate. And after adjusting my rates for the past 5 years, I know that I have a very small frame of adjusting my rates, and then I stopped getting booked just because it's not the kind of house that goes for any kind of money. And then we're looking at not knowing how to pay our mortgage. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Basalt is our home. This is our community. I do hope that we get to retire here. I do hope that we will be able to, even with rising costs, continue to survive here. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Michael. Let's take one more online. Andrea, are you ready to make a comment?
Andrea, if you'd like to make comments, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay, I didn't realize I raised my hand, but I'll go ahead and talk. I'm Andrea Ketter. I live at 412 Lakeside Drive. And I spoke last time. I just want to reiterate that I believe the long-term situation versus the short-term are two totally separate issues. I run an Airbnb and an efficiency in my downstairs out of necessity. It helps me survive financially. It covers my mortgage. So essentially this fee will impact my livelihood. I've lived in the Valley for 30 years, and I am a caregiver to super seniors in the Valley. I can't afford, and I honestly can't have somebody living in my home full time. It's a separate unit downstairs. I can't share the upstairs with them. So it's not that I'm taking away from the long-term rentals at all. I need it to pay my bills. And I'd like to propose that at least increase the exemption to 180 days. I may be pulling out completely, and I don't know what that looks like for my livelihood in the valley. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Andrea. Anyone want to come up? Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Jess Portmass, 185 Where Do I Live, Original Road. I spoke in one of the prior meetings, and I still stand by the letter that we submitted on this issue and continue to oppose the fee in any form, but also have issues if the fee passes with the exemption currently as written. I'm still not sure that it applies to our unit, which is a detached ADU. So I want to make that really clear. But I also just want to make maybe 3 points. The first is that I think we've heard that STR owners are not all created equal. My house will never rent for $20,000 a month, never ever. My ADU will never rent for $400 a night. Like Michael and Andrea, we rent out of necessity, and I think you've heard from a lot of STR owners who are real people who value this community and love this community. They're not faceless owners who rent their whole house and are never here. So that's my first point. My second point is to be completely unequivocal on this. If this fee makes it uneconomical for us to do short-term rentals, I can guarantee you that we will not be renting long-term to a local resident. And the reason for that is really simple. While we call a lot of people in this community our adopted family, I have no blood relatives in Colorado. That means that if any grandparent comes to visit my children, they're staying in our ADU because I have no guest space in my main home. That is a non-negotiable flexibility for us. So what we would do very likely is what has been mentioned today and suggested previously is we would convert our STR to a longer-term rental, rent it for over 30 days to short-term Aspen Ski Co. Employees or traveling nurses, which as I understand it would mean that we don't have to get an STR license and we don't pay the STR lodging fee. So that's our reality. And I want to be really clear about that. Actually, the third point was the point about the exemption. So that's just that I'm not sure that it works for us. And I know we have a very unique situation in Basalt, but would urge you to look at the exception with that in mind. And I also agree with Andrea that the 60 days is an issue. I think that number is pretty arbitrary. And if it's meant to be a meaningful exception, should be elongated. So thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and make comments?
I have something to hand out that really helps illustrate.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Trevor Benthusen. I'm at 23284 Two Rivers Road, number 8 here in Basalt. Before being an STR owner, I was a 10-year resident of Basalt. I was a local. In addition to rent and expenses in Broomfield, I still pay a mortgage and expenses on my unit in Basalt. I use short-term renting to help pay for my overhead while allowing me to visit regularly. Honestly, short-term renting does not even cover my costs. I hope one day to return to my condo and reestablish my status as a local. This ordinance severely hurts my ability to do so. I'd like to point out, in the actual ordinance, in what I handed to you, there's an issue with the language of the exemption. Between the April 8th meeting and today, language was added to include non-owner occupants to the primary residence exemption. Underlined in red, the words "or occupants" were added to help alleviate any perceived conflicts with federal or state law. However, it looks like to me like the language was inserted incorrectly for its intended purpose. 4 times prior, highlighted in yellow, the language of the ordinance only references a unit owner. One issue with the current version: if a non-owner occupant is applying for a primary residence exemption, the burden of proof of residency lies with the unit owner, not the occupant who is applying for the permit or the exemption. But more importantly, the way the language was added, a non-owner occupant of a unit is still unable to qualify for the exemption. Not only does this language not resolve the issue of perceived conflicts, it adds confusion to the eligibility and enforcement of the exemption. If the council wishes to impose this fee, the ordinance language must be corrected first. In your packet is a letter from a law firm explaining legal shortfalls of the proposed ordinance. I hope everyone with an interest in this matter was able to review and understand the implications of the letter. But to summarize, the proposed fee is not connected with the fundamental government service, but it's to raise funds for a general municipal service which requires a Tabor-compliant tax. Moreover, as confirmed from council members and staff, the fee intends to curb short-term rentals and encourage long-term rentals, which is a violation of rent control laws in Colorado. To talk once again about EPS study flaws, The proposed ordinance overview now confirms that per-day spending is not available for Basalt. Though the data is not currently available, it is certainly attainable. You simply have to pay for a study to collect that data, just like Acra did for Aspen. Without this data, the legal nexus remains flawed. Your residents, your voters, including me, absolutely elected you in hopes that you would facilitate policy that has a positive impact on the community. But we certainly did not elect you thinking you would impose something like this that would hurt us in such an impactful, negative way. In the name of all locals who rent short-term, and in light of the fee's legal shortcomings, please reject this proposed ordinance.
Thank you for your comments. We can take someone online. I don't know if I'm going to call on someone. Bubs, no, it looks like an AI. I'm not sure. Let's go with Clay. If Clay, would you like to make public comments?
Can you hear me?
We can, Clay.
Okay, well, good evening to everyone. Mayor, I'm Clay Hoblet. My wife and I own a unit at Market
Clay,
Street Lofts that we
I'm
purchased.
sorry to interrupt. Can you go ahead and give us your address too, please?
Yeah, 361 Robinson Street, Unit 336.
Thank you.
And my wife and I purchased this unit last fall. Some of the council members, we're not from Colorado, but we've been going to Basalt for 10 years. And we're attracted to the amenities that are advertised by the Chamber of Commerce and by the town of Basalt and the county. And my wife has health issues, and so we can't stand the heat in Texas, so we purchased this unit. We paid, it was listed for over $1 million. We didn't set that price. We have a substantial mortgage. To help pay for that mortgage, we are renting it. We followed the rules. We have a permit from the town of Basalt. But the comment that, somebody's neighbors are renting their home for $20,000 a month, I find a little bit offensive. We try to rent ours for $300 a night and have very few rentals. I think our check last month was $200. So, maybe someone who's renting their home for $20,000 a month can afford this, but you talk about incentives for businesses. People that are renting our unit are taking advantage of the businesses that you're trying to incentivize to continue. And yet, this is really a disincentive. If you pass this, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I don't think it's economical for us to do a long-term rental. It would defeat the purpose of why we bought it, so we could come up there, and we hope to retire there in a few years. We're in our 60s. So there seems to be a disconnect. You seem to be punishing people who want to invest in the community, which includes me and my wife. We believe in the town of Basalt and what it all has to offer, and we want to preserve it as much as anyone. But I think you're looking at the wrong side of it. And so I would encourage you to not pass this in the current form. I don't know if there's a reasonable way to do it, but I don't think the current proposal fits that bill. And I appreciate all your efforts and concerns on this, so thank you.
Thank you. Let's take someone else online. I'm just going down the list. Kristen Maley.
Hi there.
Hi.
Sorry, just wanted to make sure you could hear me.
You can.
Couldn't be there tonight, but as you know from the last time I spoke, I'm genuinely interested in this. I live at 250 Riverside Drive. I've been here for 24 years. I've never rented my home, but my husband and I are contemplating retirement plans. Don't worry, not anytime soon. And it could include short-term rentals. It won't include a long-term rental because we'll want to be able to use this place occasionally. I'm definitely worried about the regulatory fee. It does feel punitive. It will not create more long-term rentals. I think it'll just create more vacancy. I think a tax would be more appropriate because it would hit the usage instead of just guessing, that it might be rented, one time or 2 times or 3 times per year. I also wonder, from a real estate perspective, if it might increase values of properties in the immediate area that aren't within the town of Basalt boundary, like in Eagle County. Someone could purchase just outside the town boundary if Eagle County doesn't have any regulatory punitive fees. I just worry that this isn't the path. I understand that something needs to be done, but I don't think a regulatory fee is the answer. I appreciate where you are. I appreciate the need for more housing, but I wonder if a tax might be more fair. That's it.
Thank you, Kristen. Someone from the room, would they like to come up to the podium and make public comment, or public hearing comments?
Hi, my name is Tucker Knight. I live on East Valley Road in Basalt. And just thanks for being here. Want to comment on, I'm hearing a lot of arguments of this does not incentivize long-term rentals, and this idea that we can't afford this flat fee. And I want to make the argument that a flat fee actually incentivizes the short-term rentals to be used more. So if you know you have to hit this $2,000 fee, you're going to make sure your unit gets rented out more. Was the person before me commented, what if only gets rented out once or twice? People want to come here, they want to spend money, it's going to get rented out, and it incentivizes you to use it as much as possible. At the same time, the fact that so many people brought up that it wouldn't lead them to a long-term rental, to me implies that they are considering a long-term rental if this fee does exist. This idea that they would refuse to do a long-term rental even though they couldn't afford to live here without the short-term rental feels like a contradiction. It also feels very possible to do long-term rentals even if you have in-laws. Futons are awesome. There's a lot of creative solutions, and those two things are directly tied. If there's more spaces for folks to rent in this area that are available to them because short-term rentals are not being used anymore because of this $2,000 fee, then that does create options for other people, which is important. And some folks have mentioned that they don't rent out their extra bedroom for $500 a night, but the bottom line is that is the average going rate. So the majority of people can afford to pay that $2,000 fee a year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the room, would they like to come up and make comments? Back online, if you change your mind later, come on up. Richard, we haven't heard from you yet tonight.
Hello, this is Kim Benthusen, 23284 Two Rivers Road, number 8. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well.
Okay, super. I'd like to comment first on the nightly rate. And I wrote previously in a letter, our average nightly rate is $187 a night. Recently, I wrote a letter also about, $40 seemingly not much to add a night. However, that's a huge increase percentage on our $187 a night. Right now, we're renting for $150 a night. So that $40, I want to let you know that's not 40, because you have to pay fees and taxes. We're at 13.4% taxes right now. So that goes to over $52 a night added to our rate. It's a huge difference. Watching the, 3 meetings on this are really eye-opening for me, especially the January 28th meeting. It clearly indicates the strong desire for this ordinance to move short-term rental to long-term renting. So, you know, one counselor even says she wants to ordinance to curb behavior and create long-term housing. As I've been told and understand, these statements and others violate state anti-rent control laws. We've all read the letter from the lawyer, and I don't see how you all could ignore that. I've spoken with quite a few short-term rental owners the last few weeks, and the consensus overwhelmingly leans to non-resident owners never choosing to long-term rent their properties. Those homes will sit empty, just like Hannah says she doesn't want. It really, they want to sit empty. The town will lose sales and lodging taxes, the businesses will suffer, and more importantly, resident owners may end up suffering the most, because if they want to avoid this tax, they'd have to rent less than 60 days a year, which won't help them cover expenses to the extent needed to remain in some cases. Please vote no on this ordinance. We don't want the town to have the added expense of a lawsuit, and more importantly, we don't want owners to have to move from their homes in Basalt because of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We have one more online that hasn't spoken, at least Suzanne's iPad, whoever the user is there. If you'd like to make comment, go ahead and unmute.
Suzanne,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, this is Suzanne. I spoke at the Ghost meeting a few weeks ago. But I'm happy to speak again. I'm a 40-year resident of the Valley.
Suzanne, can you give us your address? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sure, of course. 124 East Homestead. I'm a 40-year resident of the Valley. I don't meet the criteria in that it's my primary resident, and I certainly rent less than 60 days. But as a retired physical therapist, it allows me to manage the ever-increasing costs of property tax this year, which went up 30%, as well as home and fire insurance. And it also affords me the availability to help my children, one who's in San Diego and one who's in Boulder. And like Basalt, those are increasingly unaffordable places to live. I have a problem with the short-term rentals imposing this additional fee. I think number one, the workforce impact. I don't think I agree with this thought process. As a homeowner and a good neighbor, you maintain your lawn, you prune your trees, you clean your interior, you fix what's broken. That's regardless of rental status. That's just home ownership. It's not what I define as increasing a workforce impact. And in truth, the people who help me maintain my property have lived in this valley for 25 years plus. They've raised their children and their grandchildren here. Number two, fairness. It does seem punitive. I have concerns about the fairness. It seems discriminatory to burden a relatively small group of homeowners who already, as short-term rentals, pay over 13% in state, city, county, and RAFTA taxes, as well as the licensing fee. And additionally, some of us have paid the town of Basalt a substantial fee, over $6,000, so as to minimize the constraints of a deed-restricted property. It feels like it's an unequal burden to bear. It's not a conglomerate or a large corporation. These are your townspeople. These are the people that voted for your streetscape. These are the people that go to the Wednesday night concerts. These are the people that eat at Two Rivers. And lastly, I don't feel like it's a really strategic plan. It feels like it's arbitrary. And it seems like there's a lack of transparency here. And without clear guidelines of how short-term tax rental revenue is allocated, I don't think you are meeting the basic requirements necessary for good stewardship of public policy. So thanks for letting me speak again. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments, Suzanne.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the room? And I don't know if Bubs' note taker, otter.ai, is what that is. If you're a human capable of public comment, you're welcome to do so.
The
Otherwise,
robots will take over eventually. Let them start now.
do what you do.
It is just a note-taking app.
Okay.
Okay. It's a one of ours or? Okay.
But I ran into that earlier today, actually, on another project.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you all for your comments and your thoughtfulness on this. Jeff, looks like you have something you would like to say.
Yeah, I'll just make a couple of quick comments in response to the public comment. Just this fee, as you all know, and as James explained, and as EPS explained, it's the fee is geared at offsetting the direct and indirect costs of licensing short-term rentals. And the study is focused on those indirect costs. When they're short-term rentals, they're employee generation. And there's an affordability gap between what those employees that are generated housing that they can afford, this is housing that these employees need to then serve the short-term rentals, and those that exist. And the fee is basically the delta between those two things. And then the recommendation is that it's discounted. And so that EPS study is the nexus study. It establishes that what the costs are that we are attempting to offset. In the letter that you received and that was in your packet, there's a reference to one case related to fees out of Pagosa Springs. Pagosa Springs case, their short-term rental fee they ultimately lost in court because they didn't have a study. There was not a nexus between what the fee that was proposed and adopted and the costs that it was proposing to offset. The more recent cases, like one out of Breckenridge, which used a similar EPS study in which this ordinance largely mirrors, has been upheld by the courts. The fee that is generated is, as I said, is to fund this affordability gap, and accordingly, the fees in the ordinance are restricted for affordable housing purposes. There's a cherry-picked line in this letter that says that the council can spend this money as it chooses. Yes, within the realm and the restriction of affordable housing, again, getting at those indirect costs that are created by this short-term rental fee. So I just wanted to clarify those few points just after hearing the comments and further reference to the letter. And then just with respect to the comment about some of the language in the ordinance, the ordinance was drafted so that the unit owner would obtain the license, and the unit owner would be eligible for an exemption if it's rented for less than 60 days and the unit owner or the occupant is using it as the resident, is using it as their primary residence. If the council wanted to allow for the resident, instead of just the unit owner, to be able to obtain a short-term rental license, that's within your discretion, but that's just not how it was originally drafted, that's all. So anyway, those are my comments, just addressing some of the public comments so that you guys can debate, but let me know if there's others.
Thank you. I probably addressed a few questions folks had.
Sure.
So with that, I will open it up to questions and comments from my fellow council members.
Just to start with a clarifying question, can we get clarity for Jess and family about whether a detached ADU would be included or not?
A detached ADU, if it had an occupant that was a full-time primary resident and rented it for less than 60 days, would qualify for the exemption. If it were not occupied somebody's primary residence, then it wouldn't qualify under the draft ordinance.
Thank you.
Who else would like to go?
All right, well, Dieter had to go first last time, so I'll take.
You'll lead us off.
I'll lead us off on this one. So I am going to read, I apologize for that, but that's because I plan on quoting people from public comment, and I don't want to get it wrong. where I stand on this is, I mean, we can guess about how many units would turn to long-term rental and about how much money this fee would contribute directly to affordable housing. At the end of the day, after accounting for the cost of running the program and potential legal battles, as well as potential attrition of units that would now just sit empty. In my mind, that's all speculation. It's not solid enough speculation to make judgment on. What I do know is what I've heard directly from our community members, to quote. What I'm trying to express to you is that by increasing the cost of our Airbnb, you will be effectively pushing us out of the valley and out of the housing that we currently are maintaining. I find it unlikely that if we are forced to sell our home, that you will see people buying our home who will be as generous with their space as we have been. Properties like the two I manage, a custom furnished home and a historic one-bedroom penthouse property, just to be clear, that's not me, I'm quoting someone, would never have been offered as long-term rentals because the owners use these properties periodically. When I choose to not rent my property, Basalt will lose the proposed fees, tourist spending, and the business license fee. Regardless of my decision, you will not have solved the housing problem, as my property will sit empty for my personal use as I desire. If we decided to stop renting the unit as an STR, we would likely leave the unit vacant. I am a full-time resident. This is not my second or third home, as it is for many residents of Basalt. Renting my house on a short-term basis allows me to live here, gives me the financial assistance I need to stay in my home and in the community I love. I have done the math and looked at my options, and if this ordinance is passed, I will probably sell my home and move to somewhere else. The Roaring Fork Valley has been my home since I was 23 years old. I am now 68. Expecting second homeowners to rent out their properties to the local workforce is completely unrealistic. Lastly, we support affordable housing, but not at the expense of our own ability to afford to live here. Those comments are what I can't shake, and they underpin my original gut on this, which is robbing Peter to pay Paul. And if this ordinance harms even one current longtime local homeowner and forces them to be in a financially precarious position where they have to consider selling their home, then as it is drafted, I cannot support it. That I'm aware of, we don't have large-scale institutional scale size investment in our community where multiple homes are being bought and gobbled up by business enterprises in order to run them like mini hotels. It seems to me like it's more of the people that I just quoted. I do not want people to misunderstand me and think that I'm not pro-affordable housing. I stand by the fact that there's nothing more important than creating affordable housing in our community so that we have a sustainable community. However, I don't think a fee this high is necessary to do that. If you look at our neighboring communities and comparable communities, we are not in line with what they're doing. They do have per bedroom fees. They also have much higher sales and lodging taxes, and they have zoning limits, and they have license limits on the number of fees. We currently don't have any of that. So what I would propose in considering this ordinance is, again, considering a larger scale approach where we look at a much more comparable per bedroom fee. Town of Carbondale, $175 per bedroom. Telluride, $122 per bedroom. Breckenridge is the highest, that I'm looking at here at $756 per bedroom, which is more in line with what Dieter suggested at the last meeting. They all also have, like I said, higher sales and lodging taxes. Many of them have zoning limits and number of license limits. I feel like my stance on this matter has been pretty steadfast if you've been following the meetings. Like I said, I support affordable housing. I think we need a large, amount of money to address the problem. I don't think that, the fact that this would only raise a small amount of money is inconsequential. I just think that it is more harmful than it is good, and for that reason, I can't support it.
Well, I have to read also. And I apologize, but I am operating on less sleep than usual, which is saying something. I have a kiddo post-surgery, so I just went ahead and wrote my thoughts out because I have no hope of speaking on my feet tonight. I want to say thank you to everybody who has taken the time to participate in the public debate. You know, I know it takes time away from your, you know, your work schedules and families, and we do appreciate it, you know, regardless of your position on the ordinance. As just a helpful exercise for myself, prior to this meeting, I went back through all of the public comments and emails that we've received regarding this ordinance. In total, we have heard from 19 Basalt STR operators. As a reminder, we learned from Chief Knott at our last meeting that the current population of Basalt, Colorado is 4,154 residents. So we have heard opposition about this ordinance from less than 1% of our population, and it's actually less than 0.5%. It's 0.457. On our first reading, this council seemed to agree that the $2,500 fee per bedroom recommended by Bach was appropriate, unanimously. And here we are now debating the fairness of an ordinance that directly impacts less than 0.5% of Basalt residents. Debating the comfort of a small group that is able to earn money from their assets at the expense of many who earn a living with their labor. This is what special interest lobbying looks like in real time. This is why there are so many policies that benefit such a small percentage of people at the expense of the majority of people. Because small, well-resourced groups can make a lot of noise on their own behalf. I consider the noise made by this group in opposition to this fee to be a good thing. It tells me that it will give a homeowner pause before they decide to utilize their residential property as a commercial business, because absorbing the financial burden that has thus far been absorbed by the community is too high of a price for them to pay. And make no mistake, as return to work policies go into effect, as they are now, more and more people who relocated to our community during COVID from California, from Texas, from Denver, are going to be faced with this same decision. And what decision, as council, would we hope for them to make? To pay their fair share of the burden that this business brings to the community, to let it sit empty, to house a local worker. One of the many things that I learned when we were in the thick of the Midland redevelopment is that we have a very engaged and outspoken business community. It is not lost on me that not one of those business owners has showed up who showed up meeting after meeting hoping to impress upon us the seriousness of the impact to their bottom lines if they could not welcome tourists into their business, has not spoken here on this issue and the impact that fewer STRs could mean for them. And I suspect that that is because they do not feel that their success is inextricably linked to the tourism that exists in our residential neighborhoods, and rather that these STR operations actually impede their businesses by contributing to the housing issue that leaves so many of our local business owners to operate without sufficient staff. Another interesting thing I have learned in the weeks since our last meeting that I think is pertinent to tonight's discussion is that there is not a single county, town, municipality, state in the United States at this moment in which a full-time worker earning minimum wage can afford to rent a 2-bedroom apartment. So when we say that the cost of this ordinance is too high, who is it too high for? What is the cost to a community to have fully employed people living in their cars while a select few hoard a precious resource that is housing? What is the cost when Basalt's essential workers sleep in a parking lot between shifts because the journey home is too long? And if you think that isn't happening in our community, you're wrong. And it's happening for many reasons, but one of those reasons is residential housing being used as tiny hotels and not paying their fair share of the impact that that brings to the community. Housing is a finite resource, and it is our job as a town council to create policies that guide the highest and best use of that resource. It is our job to share the burden that is created when Basalt homes become what I fear are Aspen's most affordable hotel rooms. The highest and best use of free market residential housing is not for it to be used for commercial tourism. And if an owner chooses, as they have the right to do, to use their resource in that way, they are now able to pay a fee to help offset the impact of that choice. Tonight, I feel that the highest and best use of my vote is to vote in the interest of the other 4,135 residents of Basalt and choose Bach's recommended mitigation fee of $2,532. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Who wants to follow that up?
I'll go. I voted for this, yes, on the first round. I continued it on the second round. Hearing from, as Angel said, affecting our community members to benefit an affordable housing fund doesn't sit right for me. I am for affordable housing too, but to me, this isn't the right way. I believe a higher lodging tax would equitably affect everyone and level the playing field. That's not to say that we don't need to have a fee. I do not want homes to become businesses, just as Angela said. But this also opened the eyes for me too, that I have multiple short-term renters in my neighborhood, and I've never known it. We create this victimhood of short-term, people that are short-term renting, saying they're destroying the community when I live in a community with them, and I've never said, oh my gosh, I can't believe that house is a short-term renter, and it is affecting me. So I feel there's been this narrative created about short-term rentals that they're completely crushing the home values, and it's only their fault when there's so many other economic challenges facing not only Basalt but across the United States. Just like Angela quoted, nowhere's really affordable anymore. I heard somewhere that the medium home price in all of the United States is over $1 million now. So when we are affecting our current citizens and causing them to pay for this affordable housing crisis because they need to short-term rent their home to help subsidize their income, it doesn't sit right for me, and I can't support this as currently written.
Thank you, Ryan.
I'll go. Potential litigation will stall this effort out and stop it. And the points that Angela and Ryan have made about the culture being damaged, and Angela's comments about people being able to afford this really has nothing to do with it. If we enter into a litigation because of this process being flawed in some way or another, which I think it could be, then everybody pays. And these things are protracted, they could take a while, and at the end of the day, what's it worth? And what I would like to see is a position that both sides can support on a reasonable fee. I don't have an issue with the exemptions, define them however you want. The other issue I do have is branding Basalt as a resort community, because I think that a higher fee will make the lodging more expensive, which in turn means that we'll be attracting not as many people, but people that want to spend more money 25 miles up the road. So I have a whole issue with the strategy behind marketing the core resort as a destination and utilizing Basalt as a way to get their numbers up. And this is a strange way to look at the economy in the valley, but that's kind of what's happening. And I think, along with Angela, that the impact of this will create jurisdictional shopping for short-term rentals to occupy areas outside of the unincorporated areas that will drive our service levels higher because they won't be within the town boundaries. So I'm in agreement with Angela, Angel, and Ryan that this is not baked yet. And I think we need to figure out how to make it, send a message without having the messenger get sued, right? Or otherwise impugned. And I'm a proponent of affordable housing. I more or less grew up in it. So, you know, let's look at this and make sure we do it right the first time. And we've been through it now several times, and I think we're getting closer. 2,500, not palatable. I'm in line with the 750, maybe less. I like the numbers that you share, and I like the lodging tax idea. So that's where I'm at.
I'd like just to correct my statement.
Yeah, you go.
I just looked it up. It's in over half the United States, the median home price is over $1 million. So not the whole United States, just half, but it's still pretty interesting.
Thanks for that.
Call the vote, is there a motion? Is that what we're waiting for?
Not everyone's spoken yet. We've got a couple people.
Yeah. To your point on median home prices, the median home price in Basalt, and this is now outdated because we saw that single-family homes are 1.8, but when it was 1.3, you'd have to make 320% of our area median income to afford that. That's $324,000. That means we're sticking 5 teachers all together to maybe get their single-family home, and that really doesn't sit right with me. Rents have increased 40% in the Roaring Fork Valley. Median home prices increased 63%, and I believe that a piece of why those home prices can increase is because you can generate income off your home in a way that you historically hadn't been doing. And one of the reasons that I ran for council was to support affordable housing. That was the number one thing I heard from folks in the community, that I heard door knocking, that I hear from friends, colleagues. I know all of you said housing was at the top of your list as well, and I think we have to make these kind of tricky decisions to figure out how we're going to support housing, and I don't think we can pick and choose like the easy ones, because I actually don't think there's an easy policy that would support short-term housing that doesn't land on someone. I don't think there's a policy that would create affordable housing that doesn't land on someone, because affordable housing costs money. And I feel like while we've heard from a very vocal group of short-term rental owners, and I strongly believe those exemptions for primary residence owners should be in existence, because as I've said, I want folks who live in this community to be able to rent that ADU to offset expensive childcare costs, to offset increased home insurance, things like that. I also hear very consistently from young people, or really anyone in this community, about the stress that they see trying to get a rental here. I've seen firsthand and from my own experience what affordable housing lets people do in this community. That's the reason I get to be here today, is I have stable housing. I work 2 jobs, and that's been such a huge benefit in my life, to be able to be part of this community through affordable housing. And on the flip side, I've seen firsthand with friends who have left the valley, coworkers who have left the valley, and had the stress personally in my life of trying to find a rental here that's within the stratosphere of 1/3 of my income, or 1/3 of folks' income. And I don't think we got to hear a lot from those folks at town council meetings. So thank you to folks who show up today, even though you're working hard in our schools. And I really wish we could tailor every policy to fit every family type we see here, to fit, people to be able to rent that basement room, things like that. But I'm hopeful that this isn't the only policy we're considering. We saw earlier tonight that we would have an incentive program for residents to be able to utilize that incentive program to get that 10 to 25% of their home value as a lump sum payment so they can stay in their home. And my hope is that if this $2,500 feels like that doesn't work for you, that some of these other upcoming policies, like 10 to 25% of your home value, which would be a lot more than $2,500, would work for you. So that's I think why I think this policy is a piece of the puzzle. One thing that I heard tonight that I'm pretty wary of is other communities aren't doing this, or other communities aren't doing this to this fee amount, but no community has it right. Everyone's struggling with short-term rentals and high housing costs, so why would we mimic policies that aren't effectively working in other places? And I also think the fear of litigation can't drive our decision-making. I think we saw that on Midland Avenue, where we kind of stayed the course and 70% of folks agreed with us, and we can't let that fear steer decision-making more than the needs of local people who need housing. And I also have to imagine that if you can hire lawyers to send us a letter, you could probably pay a fee with your short-term rentals as well. I know the letter didn't include anyone's name on it to be associated with who hired those lawyers, but that's certainly not a cheap process. So in sum, I am in support of this fee. I think it's a part of the affordable policy suite that we need to work on and pass. I know that unfortunately lands on folks, but every policy is going to land on someone. The next one might land on a different group in a different way. So I would support the policy as written, with the carve out for primary residence owners under a certain time frame. I am open to increasing that time frame a little bit. But I really do believe this is kind of the right way of thinking as we're trying to deal with a pretty severe affordable housing problem.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thanks. So I wanted to say thanks to everybody that participated. It's really been an interesting, robust conversation and a lot to think about. I feel that this is definitely part of the toolbox. I am definitely in favor of a fee. I think that, it has to be, I'm looking, I just, highlighted the same sheet of documents that Angel was referring to about what each individual community is doing. And I just, I agree with the conversation I had a little bit earlier today where, the movement here needs to be bold. So I think I'm in favor of this ordinance as it's written.
Mayor?
I just want to make a couple comments real quick. It's encouraging to hear everybody's arguments one way or the other. They're from the heart, they're from the brain. I'm empathetic and to all of them, and this process has been eye-opening for me as well. But just to kind of reiterate a few things, the purpose of this thing is, like Jeff said, we're just trying to address the indirect costs of short-term rentals in our community, because there is a cost. And right now, we are all paying those costs every single day, vis-a-vis people sleeping in cars, mental health struggles that people are having. You could, if you sat down and really brainstormed how much is connected to housing, it's staggering, right? Because it's, in the hierarchy of needs, it's so fundamental. And right now, we're in a situation where we're not meeting the needs of our community from a housing perspective, full stop. So this is one of many tools that's in the Bach work plan that we've all worked really hard to put together. And it's a mosaic of activities and funding sources and things that we're still working on. Like, we're still trying to get everything fleshed out, but we're building this thing to meet the moment of the situation the best way we can. At the end of the day, all we can really do is look at what we did here, and did we do the best we can to help make this place what we want it to be for us now, but for people in the future who live here, our kids. I mean, I understand kind of the counter arguments to what I'm saying, but big picture, like, this is what we have to do. This is our responsibility. So I would entertain a motion for the ordinances written.
Mayor, I move that the town council adopt ordinance number 3, series of 2025 on second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Pam, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Let's begin with Rick Stevens.
No.
Angel Dupré-Bouchard.
No.
Ryan Slack.
No.
David Knight.
Yes.
Dieter Schindler.
Yes.
Hannah Berman.
Yes.
And Angela Anderson.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
Thank you all. And I mean that, everybody.
And thank you to everyone for speaking tonight and for the other nights. We really appreciate you trying to make this the best policy it can be and participating in the civic process.
Next up, we have item 7C, which is resolution number 24, series of 2025. Resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving a professional services agreement with GM Shea for design guidelines for the Residential Hill District and Midland Avenue Business District. Carlton Henry and Michelle.
Well, I've had the pleasure of speaking with a lot of you guys one-on-one, but excited to present to you for the first time this evening. I'll be presenting on item 7C regarding resolution number 24, series of 2025, which is looking for the town to enter into an agreement for professional services with GM Shea Architects. We will have Jessica Mosline on from GM Shea tonight as well, and I'll introduce her in a moment. The town desires that this contractor perform consulting services for design guidelines related to the Residential Hill District and Midland Avenue Business District for a sum not to exceed $44,550. Just a little background on this resolution. The goal is to provide guidance for appropriate alterations, additions, or new construction in order to respect the character, historical value, and integrity of these districts, while still enabling property owners to make necessary changes. The design guidelines and the goal for this project is to first create an inventory of the assets that exist both in the Hill District and along Midland Avenue, and study some strategies to maintain that character and meet historic preservation goals within the town. Second goal of this design guideline process would be to establish some written design guidelines for additions to existing buildings, as well as new infill projects, which give respect to site design, building form and massing, architectural details, fenestration, building accessories and appurtenances. And then third, to adapt and implement those design guidelines and integrate them into the municipal code, including but not limited to section 1627, which is the supplemental requirement section, and section 1629, which regards the downtown business district. For a little bit of history on the proposal, on March 3rd of this year, town staff opened the RFP process for planning services. That RFP period was open from March 3rd until April 14th of this year. And following selection committee review of the submitted proposals and a series of interviews, GM Shea Architects was unanimously selected. And staff is bringing forward GM Shea and a contract to engage GM Shea to undergo this design guideline process. Staff recommends that Town Council approves Resolution Number 24, Series of 2025, to approve the agreement for professional services. And you've got that contract in your packet tonight as well. I'll take a breath and a moment to introduce Jessica Moseline with GM Shea Architects. And if you guys have any questions for the consultant, I'll direct you her way.
Do we have to unmute her, or?
No.
Here she got it.
Oh, I wasn't sure if there was a question, but hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Moseline. As Carlton mentioned, I am the consultant for the Town of Basalt Design Guidelines, and I welcome any and all questions you may have regarding the project and our role in it.
I have one question. I understand this for downtown Midland. I guess I would like to know what encompasses the Hill District, because I'm gonna guess it directly impacts me. And I just, I'll let you take it from there, and then I'll ask more questions.
Yeah. So actually, this plan was brought to us by a group of residents the request was brought to us by a group of residents in the Hill District, specifically in the Homestead and Sopris area. So there will be some defining of exactly what that means and how far down it will or will not go down Sopris. So that's a totally excellent question. Again, it's to consider, we've got, I'm sure everyone's seen, if you've been around the Hill District lately, some new modern architecture that's been designed on some of our lots, and it's being received in different ways from different members of the community. So we're wanting to have some level of balance between what that looks like and locations next to historic homes. But mapping that out is critical.
So would the intention be to obviously impose design parameters over any remodel or new construction in, I'm kind of with Ryan, like the Midland makes a ton of sense, and I'm not saying that the Hill District to some degree doesn't make sense either, but I guess it'll all come down to the extent of the parameters and guidelines that we're talking about imposing.
Mm-hmm. You know? Yeah, and I think that's certainly going to be part of the public outreach. I think that there's going to be an education period where other homeowners are going to maybe learn that some guidance on design is helpful, but maybe not full regulations, but that will be what comes forward. And then whatever comes out of these design guidelines will have to be adopted through a resolution or an ordinance, so you'll get to see those come back. And we want to honor the historic nature of some of the buildings that are not landmarked in the residential district by having some of these guidelines reflect that for new homes. That will be certainly part of the study that we need to have this consultant do for us, is what depth those may or may not go to.
Does it create any, I guess, additional governance framework as far as like, I think, for instance, I know we have a defunct HOA in Elk Run that has an architectural review board that's, notionally would, if it was running, would be to make kind of an advisory recommendation to the town. I mean, is that the kind of, how would that work as far as who looks at design guidance? Or is it just kind of molded or melded into like the process the town already has?
It ultimately would be in part of the process that the town already has. So it would be kind of another checklist along the zoning compliance. So for instance, not that you're going to be able to read this across the room, but the city of Aspen has a residential design checklist. It goes down through, and theirs are very strict, and that's not necessarily where we're going, but garage door design, entry connection, it just complies, doesn't comply. Goes through, you meet the threshold, you move on. If you can't provide a principal window that faces the street, you might have to ask for an exemption. So that's something that would go to P&Z through the site plan review process.
Okay, so it's kind of maybe changing some code and additional parameters for design.
Potentially, that's where we have to decide how detailed or how much of a guideline these turn into.
Gotcha. Jeff, were you going to say
I
something?
was just going to add, but I think, Michelle, you're saying this is a staff level review would be the implementation of the design criteria, just like,
Layers.
excuse me?
I said, it seems like there will be a lot more layers of,
Yeah.
of feedback and involvement.
Sure, yeah.
To get to the nitty gritty of it.
I don't worry about this with you guys because you're very good at sustainable building codes, but I grew up in a historic district, and a lot of times the historic building codes came into conflict with like upgrading your windows so they were double panes, things like that, and I'm sure it will be one of the considerations, but just wanted to flag that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that our sustainable building guidelines will take precedent.
Thank you for reaching out to the group of citizens, because they've been reaching out to me. So I can now go up there without having to deal with sidewalk conversations. On the other hand, having experience with a couple of architectural review committees, I find that the design, the colors, the roof pitch, the windows, the location, all this other stuff is very subjective. But the house that was constructed up there recently, and you know where it is really, I can't imagine how it happened. And the other question I have is house size. If that R3TN, which is the traditional neighborhood with outbuildings and all the character that exists up there, allows for 5,000 square foot homes. That needs to be looked at critically, because that's our opportunity. If someone wants to build a house that big up there and requires a 2-inch water line because it needs fire protection, et cetera, then they need to buy that development right from an existing residence that's in the pool that you're discussing. And that way, everybody comes out basically unscathed. But the scrape and replace thing, also, the team, we need to balance the team that the applicant's gonna bring to the table is pretty significant. We had to hire professional engineers, professional architects, and have a staff available that could work with 6 or 7 representatives of the applicant from as far away as Paris. So it gets to be a long, drawn-out, expensive proposition to negotiate these things, and they need to pay for all those services, and sometimes up front. So other impact fees, road, construction, all those things need to be factored into whatever we end up doing up there. Even capital improvements on the existing utilities. So and this is the blink test, right? You can throw it out there, and you'll find people that want to build there that don't blink, and they'll pay the freight. So just kind of keep that in mind. Don't feel sorry for them. Just, do what we need to do to make it compatible. Thanks, Good. Thank you.
Well, I think Michelle can probably speak to it, but a review of development fees is also on the table, not as a part of this contract.
I'll have everyone know that one of those houses came directly before us at council, and we all approved it. So, like, this thought process is a little insane sometimes. I get it. I want Basalt to stay cool and hip. If you don't walk through that neighborhood, go walk through that neighborhood. There's every type of house around. So I'm excited to see what you guys come back with, but creating these penalties for people in a neighborhood because they don't like the house that's built next to them, you're basically creating a mini HOA design guideline for a neighborhood that people bought in because they like the neighborhood. And now, because someone changed the house next to them, they don't like the neighborhood. Change continues to happen. I think sometimes, yes, we're caught flat-footed, but I also don't think we should be burdening some of the homeowners that are currently in there for something that they might want to do. So, just throwing it out there. And I know that's not exactly what we're doing here. We're just trying to have guidelines, but it just seems, it obviously hits personal. I live on Sopris. I might not be in that section of the neighborhood. But still, I feel for some people that I know are gonna wanna do something to their house or have plans to do something for their house and haven't been able to do it. And now if that doesn't fit in this new guideline and they're told no because they couldn't do it in the last year, I just don't think that is, once again, as a town, placing a burden on our current citizens, you know.
So I would think that as part of this process, I mean, it'd be essential to get community input, you know, from the neighborhood in particular. So I'm assuming, like, this is a process that everybody who lives in that neighborhood should feel like that they have some ownership in, like as far as the outcome, and that they have a voice in it to counteract kind of what you're saying. Like, people have to live together, you know what I mean? We have to come up with something that works for the consensus there. So what is that process? What does that process look like as far as community outreach and getting that feedback?
I think Jessica might be the one to answer that.
Yes, I would love to. So the way that we crafted our proposal, we incorporated at least 2 community meetings per district. So my team will be up in Basalt for at least 4 meetings with the community for engagement, opportunity for them to hold the pencil, opportunity to be heard. We want to hear, as you were mentioning, those things that they've been wanting to do for a year. How is that going to fit in the flexible framework that we're going to generate working with the town of Basalt? And so we've also layered in at least, I think, a total of 10 meetings, 9 or 10 meetings with working with the town, working with the residents, and then ultimately presenting back to you all. And so we are fully prepared to be good listeners and good stewards of community investment and involvement.
Kind of along Ryan's point, I just want to make sure we're being very careful about, I think there's a big difference between kind of commercial zoning, right, which is what downtown Midland is, and then residential, which is what the Hill District is, and then the government's place in dictating regulation in a residential district. And obviously Aspen's doing it, but I think there's a lot of reasons why we don't live in Aspen. The government oversight in Aspen being one of them. Primarily also we probably can't afford it, that's why we live here. But that would be very important to me. Anything we do in a residential zone in which people have bought homes and own private property, to me, if they bought that wasn't in an HOA, that was probably quite intentional. And I would be very wary of then us as a government entity imposing any, kind of undue burden and regulation on them.
I agree with you about that, and I'm open to hearing more, but I do struggle to see what the benefit is of creating guidelines for that district. I mean, because again, they're not in an HOA. They live where they live. They don't have an HOA. I know where I live. My house has to look a certain way, and there's a lot of neighborhoods like that. But I don't understand spending this amount of money just so the houses can favor one another to some degree. And again, I'm open to hearing what the benefits of it might be, but it seems like a big spend for something that I don't see the benefit of at the moment.
What's the proportion of like kind of the level of effort that's going into the design guidelines for Midland versus up there on the hill? If you don't know, I'm curious because there's a different size constituency group for Midland, much larger than up there. So I'm just curious.
For sure. It's primarily focused on the residential area. And the reason for that is that the Midland District has several properties that are designated or landmarked in the town. So we don't have that in the residential district. And so kind of inventorying that and deciding that those buildings are important buildings to maintain is part of the goal here.
So, to follow up, so I'm trying to play that back. From a level of effort, so you're saying how much of that is Midland versus out there?
You know, we're probably, it's not an exact number, but we're probably at 65, 35.
Okay, yeah.
Residential to commercial.
65 residential.
65 up on the hill versus.
Yes.
Well, I know it's the hill, but I mean.
The hill
but
is the
the-
point.
Yeah, well, that's,
Midland's in already regulatory zones.
so what are we doing on, so it's kind of puzzling then.
Can we?
If what we're doing is, primarily focused on.
And if there are a few
there with-
specific properties that we're concerned with preserving, I realize the process is probably very onerous, and you have to have the owner's participation, but would it be more applicable to approach those individual owners and try to seek individual historic designation for those, I'm thinking of like the old church, no, the hill district.
Church has a modern addition.
Well, I know, but it's
Sloss
like,
has a big fountain next to it,
the ship may have sailed, I guess, to some extent too.
I guess my problem with this is we're literally now, no neighbor has complained to me about it. They got Rick's ear, which is great. They got someone in town's ear, which is great. But to spend $44,000 on a study that if there's properties you want to save, then we should talk about that in that way. That Sears Roebuck house that was torn down for something else. Yeah, that was a cool property that shouldn't have been taken out in a dump truck. But the town can think of other ways to protect those properties than this.
I guess along those lines, since no one's been talking to me about this, I'd be curious, what's the size of that group of citizens? What do the neighbors think? And maybe getting a little more legwork to make sure whatever we may undertake or not is more representative of folks who may not be as vocal on this issue would be
I can give you,
on our own before we pay to kind of get the ball rolling.
Talk to us as council and voice their opinions.
I'll give you a phone number, you can call him up and he's the original architectural review committee for the town, and he created the R3TN. So the history there is pretty rich and pretty deep, and the suggestion was if you haven't been up there, go on up. It's incredible. And it is the era of basalt that we're trying to collectively see that it survives. And the experience with redevelopment we're having up valley is that you might as well you can wipe out an entire neighborhood in 2 or 3 years. So it is, and the architecture piece is the slippery slope. Gables, front doors, whatever the heck it is. Exterior amenities, and those things are slippery, but the concept of setbacks, FAR, height, infrastructure impact, those things are easily addressed.
But those are zoning, to
Right,
me, changes,
right.
not
So-
design guidelines.
Right, so there's an element, and you'll hear that from the people I've talked to about the difference between the architectural design and a zoning change. So, and I'm not an expert in that. All I know is I've been in a lot of meetings where that becomes the thing that gets passed around the room for quite a while, is the appearance, siding, whatever the heck it is.
That seems like a lot of money to spend to tell somebody how their house should
Yeah, I
look.
agree. I just don't, I can't see spending $44,550 to have a house plan come to us and be like, no, it's okay. Or we like it, or we don't like it, or whatever it is. It just doesn't, and it's.
It is a budgeted line item that was approved, right?
Can I insert just
Yeah,
one
yeah,
thing? I mean,
please.
I was definitely part of hearing from some of the neighbors, and I think Michelle, the planning folks, a group of people that have lived up there a long time. Many of them are concerned about sort of the fabric of that hill district, and so I think maybe there needs to be a little more explanation on what exactly sort of the design guidelines means. But I think what Rick was describing, with some recent developments, it's really the scale and the massing that you see from the street as compared to what the neighbors and those historic structures look like. I think the intent is to kind of keep that intact, maybe a little less so the intent on having the gingerbread, aspects to the actual architecture. And Michelle can correct me if I'm wrong on it, but what we know, and Ryan, you mentioned, at times we can get caught flat-footed on things, and I think this is an important neighborhood. It's one of, it is the original neighborhood of Basalt, and if we can kind of preempt what we think is probably coming, where, easier rules, less expensive property, that you can maximize those lots with development. And there's some unique characteristics up there too, where some of the lot, like half of the lot, will sit up high, and the other half is 20 feet down on the alley. And so you're seeing like the largest amount of the floor area up above. And so then people might question, well, does this meet the floor area ratio? Well, yeah, it does. The rest of the lot's down there. And so I think those are some of the concerns that we're seeing. And $40,000 for doing sort of this technical work, it seems like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. But I think working through public outreach and kind of doing that technical work on codifying this, it costs money. It's expensive to do. But I think if we pass up this opportunity, fast forward 10 years, I think we will, potentially regret that decision. So maybe it sounds like all of you maybe need a little more explanation of, sort of exactly what this might do. So we could certainly come back with a little more explanation on that. But I would encourage you to really think about this. I think we have an opportunity here. And if we pass it up, like seeing that house get torn down and now it's just a vacant lot, for example, is that an okay thing in a regulation moving forward? I don't know how extreme we want to go. Aspen seems to have taken it to a level that maybe we don't want to, but I think that's the point of going through a process, is that we get that opportunity to say, no, this is what Basalt is okay with.
So would it be fair to, I guess in the next time we discuss this, not just in the next meeting, but to ask for some examples of like what would these guidelines be, right? Do they look more like zoning changes, or are they more like, you have to preserve a historic architectural look type guidelines? Like just, maybe Jessica can provide, and I'm not saying right now, Jessica, it's late for us, and if you're on the East Coast, I apologize. But, are you in Denver? Okay, good. Well,
I'm on Mountain Time,
just like maybe in more residential neighborhoods that y'all have done this in, what does it end up looking like? What are some examples of what these guidelines look like? Give us a little bit more,
Jessica, do you think that's something you guys would be able to flesh out for the council at a future meeting? Maybe some examples, and you could work with planning staff to bring that back.
Absolutely. We already were gathering precedents of various municipalities that have design guideline overlays. Also, we do bring a ton of experience. Our firm has almost 70 years working within the National Landmark Historic District of the city of Savannah. And I will just say that the design guidelines that were put in place in the 80s have protected the city of Savannah from becoming a franchise town, and have really supported that Main Street, charming, those characteristics, those architectural features that make a place worth visiting or living. And so, yes, we can absolutely provide some examples of some of our work in Savannah, some precedents that I've been putting together just in preparation for the job, because I really do feel that I can hear the town and your, just from sitting and listening to all of your concerns, that you do want to maintain that Main Street charm, those charming characteristics of the town. So yes, we would love to provide and show you all that we are capable of.
And
That sounds good. I think, just a quick comment I'll make on the Midland part makes sense. I get that. And I think just the understanding more like you described for the Hill District, I would tend to, kind of what you were alluding to, Rick, all the technical kind of zoning and code parts, how to like encapsulate it there, encapsulate the character part there. How you translate, that's what these guys do, but I would like to understand a little more like what's the problem we're trying to solve and how do we, what might that look like so we're not too heavy on the design side and not too prescriptive, but still able to, hit the mark as far as preserving the character. Because the 10-year, that's a great
aesthetic and functionality of our town. Like aesthetic is the doors and windows and the vibe, and that's kind of one thing. It's probably doesn't surprise anyone, but it puts pretty good data on how, homes that are over 5,020 square feet can generate up to 10x more traffic trips a day for employees. So I think making sure we're thinking about those things is perhaps more compelling to me.
I agree. That is more compelling.
Than the aesthetic.
So procedurally, this is not an ordinance, so it's not like we're continuing the public hearing or something like that. What do we need to do to kind of table this until?
I think it was a reso.
It was a
right?
resolution.
Yeah, so we could just table the reso to.
Do you need a motion for that, or?
No, I feel like we provided enough feedback on like what else we need.
But procedurally, I just want to make sure that if there's anything we need to do.
Yeah, by taking no action, you've just acted
Okay.
in a sense.
Perfect.
Right. So it can be brought back at a future meeting without action. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Jess. And that's it. I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Pretty sure it's the, yep. So.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff.